We are now broadcasting live at Speaker's Corner for the Posey Parker protest with potential clash with the TRA. As we see here, we got a heavy police presence. There are a few TSG vans at the back. I'll just zoom in and show you guys. Happy Easter, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I won't be streaming for too long today as it's Easter Sunday, so but I'll just get some good footage on the Posey Parker rally. Hope everyone's doing well. It's a nice sunny day at Hyde Park, so yes, it's very busy, but the Posey Parker thing is just over there. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to the channel. If you're new, remember to hit that big red subscribe button and click the bell icon so you stay up to date with future live streams like these in the future, and so you also get notified whenever I go live or upload a new video. Thank you very much for tuning in today, and I'll show you this protest. Be sure to share this stream to your friends and family, because once again we're showing you what the mainstream media are not covering in recent years, so do share this stream out there, as it might kick off a bit later. But as we see now, got base Welshman there. Hi there, how are you? Love to see you.
Yeah, man,
long time no see. Yeah, good, thanks.
I just seen on your notifications go live.
Right. Yeah.
How's your dad?
Good, thanks. Yeah.
Good.
Just getting back into it now.
You've grown, haven't you?
Yeah. How? Oh, thank you. Yeah.
How tall are you?
About 6 foot, 5'11". So.
You're gonna get bigger than that, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know, because my brother's like just a bit taller, but
Yeah. How old are you?
18, so in a few months. Yeah.
I've seen it on.
Yeah.
Missed it a bit, really.
Is it still happening?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll catch you a bit then. So that's Based Welshman. He has his own channel, as we see. He films a lot, but mainly not in London. But do go check out his channel. Drop a do subscribe to his channel and drop follows him. Hello, local experimentalists. Hope you're doing well. Happy Easter as well. Currently at Speaker's Corner. On the other side, in fact. Last week we were back there, but the rally is taking place over here, near the tree. Hello, untenable position. Hope you're well. Happy Easter, mate. Happy Easter, Mansby. Hope you're well. Welcome to the stream. It's got a heavy police presence here, in case it does kick off a bit. But so far so good. There doesn't seem to be any TRA here, so as you see, they're all making speeches now.
If she loses her job, she won't be paying for a lawyer to defend her, because paying £350 to £500 an hour when you only earn about £10 yourself is simply not an option. So she will be doing a DIY defence based on Force Starter. Good luck to her! I myself have been really working hard about taking legal action, because I'm not an academic. I don't have a high-powered career. I'm not an expert at anything. Instead, I consider myself to be like a foot soldier. I'm one of those women that would be at the amorphous blobs at the bottom of the Mary Wollstonecraft statue. So I've been thinking about what I can bring to the sisterhood as a foot soldier. And I think it's that I'm going to feel the fear and do it anyway. Mind-blowing, but I've come to terms with the possibility that I could lose my house through this case, because though I'm confident I'm right, we all know the law can be a slippery bugger. One of the things that's made me push on with my legal fight despite the risk is because I do believe the statistics on climate change. I've got to do a bit green. So while I'm an optimistic person, my vision of the future can be pretty bleak. And I think there's huge uncertainty about what life will be like in the next few decades for all of us. So the senior Green Party officers who were joking about my house being used as a Green Party base are in for a disappointment, as it's on the coast and the sea level rises could turn it into a paddling pool anyway. Now this is Let Women Speak, so I want to talk about women and climate change, because I am at Spirit of Green. It is nearly done, look, I ain't got much left. Right. A UN report in 2022 forecast that women and girls will bear the brunt of the impact of climate change across the world, and in particular in the developing world. The adverse effects of drought, floods, hurricanes, extreme rainfall events and sea level rise often impact women more than men. Women depend more than men on natural resources, yet have less access to them. And women often bear a disproportionate responsibility for securing food, water and fuel. Climate change is a threat multiplier, meaning it exacerbates tensions in fragile and conflict-affected settings. It escalates conflict-related sexual violence, human trafficking and child marriage. And as things get harder, girls are more likely to be taken out of school to help in the house. And climate change brings increasing risks to maternal and child health. Research indicates that extreme heat increases incidence of stillbirth, and climate change is increasing the spread of illnesses such as malaria, dengue fever and Zika virus, which are linked to worse maternal and neonatal outcomes. And when disasters strike, women are less likely to survive, and in the aftermath, women and girls are less able to get access to relief and assistance. And I don't think any of the conditions above are improved by more authoritarianism from any side or type. Now, that wasn't from a UN report, so of course it mentions the 2SLGBTIQQA+ as being kind of very affected as well, of course, as they are. But one of the things, even so, one of the things about this report that I found really refreshing for a UN report was that highlighted throughout the report is the need for more sex disaggregated data to be able to fully understand the role of women in the context of climate change. This report stresses throughout, you must collect the data on sex. So we're back once again to the importance of accurate sex segregated data. It's needed to understand the lives of women across the globe, because wherever we are, our lives are shaped by being female.
Even those that come from a party that both believes in science and can't recognise it when it comes to biological sex. So, okay. Yes. Yes, you. Oh, can I just say, if you recognise this outfit, it caused a little bit of a furore when I was in Melbourne. I think it was this that was the controversy.
Thank you very much. Hello. I'm shocked to bits to be here. This is the first time I've ever turned out to an event like this, because like a previous speaker, yeah, I went on Twitter. I set up an account a year ago, and I can knock out a pithy tweet like any of the best of you. Mostly I target people like UN women, or unwomen as I like to call them, because I save my real best insults for them. You know, I'm here to say that, yeah, Twittering is not enough. Showing up is all it's about, and to anyone watching, wherever you are, we have got to turn up, because we have freedom of assembly, so we have to assemble. We have to be together. Use it or lose it. I'm absolutely convinced that this won't be the first and last time I turn up. And I don't know where I'm going next, but I'll follow you anywhere. J. Keane is our modern day Emmeline Pankhurst. And when she was in Connecticut in the United States of America in 1910, she made the freedom or death speech.
Not me.
Emmeline Pankhurst. So easy to confuse the two. And she made the freedom or death speech because she believed that women's rights, the right to vote, was something that we should be prepared to go to the ends of our limits, of our capabilities to achieve. And we're back there now. It's so important. I just want to read you the very last line of her speech in Connecticut that she made. She said, "I come to ask you to help to win this fight. If we win it, this hardest of all fights, then to be sure, in future it is going to be made easier for women all over the world to win their fight when their time comes. Our time came, it's now, and we're getting on with it."
Shade. Okay, who's next? Yes. It's going to be so long till we get to you, mate. So many women.
How many times I've heard that before?
I'm sure you have.
Okay, this is going to be really short. I'm not used to this. I've come from Wales, but I'm actually we drove down this morning really early to come here to support you, but also we want to raise awareness about what's happening in Wales. Because you may not realise Wales is following very closely on the heels of Scotland. Wales is a disaster. The Welsh government, and that's a Labour government, has become a dictatorship. We are living in a dictatorship and not a democracy. They have published the new LGBTQXRYZ action plan. And that action plan has a foreword from the Welsh Labour leader and the leader of Wales. And it excludes sex. It includes gender but not sex. So Wales has erased sex from a really important policy document. If there's no sex, how can we monitor and improve things for women and girls in Wales? If there's no sex, how can we have same-sex attraction for lesbian and gay and bisexual people? And even though LGBT supposed to be in this action plan, we do not exist. Because the truth of the matter is, this is an action plan for TQ+. Yes. I've asked my Senate member, who's the equivalent of an MP, I've asked my Senate member, what does QT+ mean? What does a Q mean? And what the fuck is plus? How can you be doing policy for a plus? So unless you want this to happen in England, because it's on the agenda in Wales, unless you want this to happen in England, you need to go and talk to every single MP in your constituency. You need to go and educate them. You need to make yourself a pain in the arse and go there and make sure they know what you think and know what a woman is. So is there anything else? I'm a wee bit nervous. I'm going to keep this quick. I want to say, first off, I've got brand new running shoes on, and they are not Nike. And here's what I'm going to say. When I worked in the NHS, had a big lunch teaching hospital, which I left many years ago, but I was working with young children who are vulnerable. At that time, we knew 20% of children in British schools at any time have emotional and behavioral problems and vulnerabilities of different types. That's now gone up to 25% of children. Now, when I was working with them, they go into homes because they found they had so many challenges that they wouldn't even go to the hospital. So I was based in the community. Now, what I want to tell you, those vulnerable children are the ones most prone to all the bad stuff happening to them. And what we have to do, we've got the government looking at the SRE that our students are getting, and we've got to make sure when they're when it's supposed to come in about a week, we've got to make sure they're excluding gender ideology and to what the government says. Thank you so much. I'm going to teach you with my 3 granddaughters now. I don't know why. So I did, yeah, I did.
Right, come and stand over here. Go that way.
So I'm going to talk about my mum, which is very different from people's. My mum came to the UK in the 70s, and when I see things that describe women as being cervix habits, I think about my mum trying to understand that information from the NHS. And I think about the fact she would have known what a woman was within about a week. Okay. Because every language has
Welcome to the channel if you're new. Hit that big red subscribe
not the same
button
words, obviously.
and click bell icon
And then again,
so stay up to date with future live streams like these in the future, so you get notified whenever I go live or upload a new video.
Her carers could have been males. They could have been males with gender recognition certificates. And she wouldn't have understood that near to the end. And that's why I'm here. We need words that mean woman and that mean what we say when we say woman. And we need them not to have caveats. That's what
I just want one thing. I want you to find your voices now, because every month we come here, and in fact we go to different parts of the country where these really devoted, committed women who are absolutely hell-bent. Actually, if you find yourself stepping forward, can you just hold firm? Because otherwise you're going to get far too close for comfort. So if you're standing at the front, if you're standing at the back, if you could just take a step back, that'd be great on this side. Thank you so much. It's just, I've had a bit of mobbing in my time. And this might be the nice variety, but it still isn't great. Now I lost my friend typing on a live stream and asking the comments. If you can find your voice, so there's these women. What do we call them? Marshals or stewards? Depends what country. Stewards, right? And sometimes they come to different countries. Sometimes they come to Scotland, and many of them are coming to Ireland, and they facilitate this. And without them, none of this happens. And they're headed up by quite shy, retiring choir woman.
Huge camera there.
So if we can have a big cheer. We're not a man. No, but seriously, they do. They come and they sometimes they stand for 2 hours while deranged, entitled brats scream in their ears. And this happened in America. It happened in Australia. It happened in New Zealand. I don't know if the TRAs are the same people in each country, but they behave exactly the same. They really are. When people say they're not homogenous, they really are a homogenous group of entitled, middle class, no consequence brats. Because I know that we don't come here with amplification, us women, and there'll be some women in this crowd who are even less likely to be able to get away with committing a crime. Certainly in New Zealand, the Maori women are more likely to be incarcerated than any other woman in that country. They don't get away with behaving like absolute animals at all. In fact, they don't get away with not paying a fine without going to prison and being legally charged. So I just want it recognised that these trans activists are behaving the same way everywhere. And so I really hope, start writing Be Squeaky Wheels, that's what they do. Be Squeaky Wheels, write to your MP every day of every week until you get a response. Send it by snail mail. Send it by recorded letter. Get a signature on that. Make sure it goes to them every day of every week. This is what we're going to have to be, because women, what we do is we just go, oh, okay. Oh, it's really bad, but I'll just sit down with my mate, have a little wine about it and a cup of tea, and then I feel okay about it. That's just not going to be enough. We really do have to be, look, we're going to do it peacefully and quietly until quietly, I'm not saying we're going to be deranged, but until quietly doesn't quite work, and then we're going to have to up the ante. We're going to have to make sure that we cannot be ignored any day of any week until this gets changed. And even if the government changes, and I don't really have any hope, but if the government changes and we get Labour, we're all fucked. I mean, and I say that with a heavy heart because I used to vote for them. I'm not sure if they changed or whether I just woke up a little bit. I'm not actually sure what the truth is. But if Keir Starmer gets in, and Labour get in, and Angela Rayner, we're all absolutely, we really are screwed, because they may save the poor working man, although I don't even think that's true anymore, but they may save men somewhere along the line, maybe some union boss, I have no idea, but they're not going to save your faces. They won't care about you, they'll push through that GRA because they're morons, and what Labour have advising them is a load of entitled, spoiled brats who've been dragged up through. They're the only ones that can afford internships, therefore they're already quite wealthy, and they're in the policy makers now, because actually we don't have any normal grassroots people being able to be pulled through and actually start doing jobs that change and influence. So we're just going to have to do it ourselves. There is an uprising of the working class throughout the world, and we're either part of it or we sit back and we let them get crushed. So we have to be part of it. We are women as a class, not in a feminist way, but just as a kind of a recognised way. We are women. Most of us are going to suffer disproportionately through any policy that crushes the working class. So that's why we have to do it. As Louise says, if you haven't been here before, come to Speaker's Corner. It's like a pilgrimage. And if you don't know Louise, look her up. She's on many a live stream. Georgia.
Women, democracy has failed us and will do so again and again as things stand. And this is about government by consent, by the way. We cannot go back to the old-fashioned democratic candidate. Right. Coalitions with Greens and Liberal Democrats have ensured that onerous private membership come to fruition to keep up the charade of who is not responsible for government. Right? For whatever reason, some members of people no longer exercise responsibility for the society in which we find ourselves. This is all managed by the professional managerial classes of now woke individuals delegated on a huge scale to external organisations and lobby groups, government by remote control. Woke policies mean that the gap between those who provide and those who consume a public service widens with bad laws which exacerbate practical difficulties, leading to an attitude of indifference, whatever loyalty to the issues existed in the past. The bureaucratic patronage that developed from these woke policies are no different to what existed in the Victorian era, and I did mention this at the Pride demo in 2018 that we're being taken back to the Victorian era. The relative autonomy of the police and social services here in the UK particularly places a problem on democratic proceedings. Safeguarding reports 2 years old. Police, arresting people for non-hate crimes. The takeover of management by virtue signalling managers has led to the literal exit of people from the process of government. That is why their consultation on GR reform still stands at 5 inquiries, despite women being kept in the dark by state-controlled media machines such as BBC and IPSO. Awareness of the political dimensions of our lives has become a lost sensibility. Hence, the management of our own affairs is no longer grounded in our consent to be governed, but is now something imposed on us on which we feel no sense of real responsibility. Democracy means putting into practice the social values of the community as a whole, because we believe in care for democracy, to educate the young and to maintain law and order. And that's political action is required in order to translate that political action by elected representatives. In a democracy, every member has the inalienable right to play a part in deciding what those policies should be. Equally fundamentally, every individual has a responsibility for the consequences of whatever decisions are taken. We cannot abrogate this responsibility. It is a right of citizenship. Inevitably carries out the necessity to retain ultimate control. Right. How can we guarantee that this is not what is wanted, that consent to the government can be withdrawn if we are policed in a manner in which we did not give our consent to it? We need an effective system of accountability, for in a democracy, it is only by the consent of the people that authorities of government be delegated, and that consent is given on one condition: that those who act on our behalf will hold themselves accountable for their stewardship and not seek the easy route out, pandering to increased numbers of perverted and violent men. Women and children are the mirrors to your psychopathy. You will not erase us.
Hi everybody, I'm Jan from Object. Talk about objectification. This is what all this is about. We're being treated as things for fun and pleasure and the resources. As you know, we focus on porn, prostitution, sex clubs, gender ideology, and also on surrogacy. You wonderful people are all here because you've all sussed out gender ideology being a horrible system to prey on the vulnerable, make them into lifelong patients, and to let Big Pharma and many, many professionals and manufacturers make an awful lot of money in the process. You're sick of hearing me bang on about the fact that surrogacy is the new trans, the next system that's going to be put on all those vulnerable children. Very sad to hear the previous speaker say that that's now 25% of children in school. I think that's a factor of the world we're living in at the moment. It's very important that some of those young girls who perhaps lack direction in life, may have had addictions in their families, all sorts of things may have happened to them, that they do not get sucked into being surrogates, as the new government proposals are likely to do. Now, I'd like to do a bit of a straw poll. I'd first of all like to focus on the women, that is the biological human females, you all know what I mean, in this group. And out of that, could you please give me a big wave, because I'm not very tall, if you are a mother? If you have personally birthed and cared for a child
child from your body. Great, thank you very much. Now, cast your minds back to when you were 18. 18. God, when I was 18, I wasn't a grown-up. I did vote for Mrs. Thatcher, sorry. Because I wanted a woman in power. The person who's 18 to marry, how can they possibly know what it is like to bear and care for a child? How can they know physically what it's going to do to their body? Nobody knows. People die in childbirth in the best of societies, particularly in Britain, if they happen to be black. How can you know economically the effect it's going to have on your career, on your ability to bring money into the home and to feed the mouths you have to feed? How can you know psychologically what it's going to do to you? That overwhelming love that comes over you when you see this helpless baby. And in some cases, I have to confess, that overwhelming frustration and hatred when the little bastards really get your goat before they have turned into human beings, which in my experience happens around 25. How you can't possibly know what that's like. Or maybe I'm wrong, because the government seems to think that you can drift into this at 18 and it's fine. It's fine. That's without any of the figures about how damaging some of the technologies are to your body. So maybe it's me, maybe one of you sussed all that at 18, in which case please could you give me a wave if you're the person who at 18 knew what it would be like. Oh, I was going to say come and speak to me in the pub afterwards and fill me in, but please go away and tell your MPs, use the template on Nordic Model Now, look up objectnow.org, inform yourselves on surrogacy, otherwise in 20 years time we're going to be here talking about all those poor kids who've surrogated themselves and the awful things that have happened to them. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good speech. Thank you.
Stand a little bit further over here, just because the sun is really creating shadows now. Yeah, go for it.
Hi, I'm going to be brief. I'm here today with my 16-year-old daughter. First time she's come, she was frightened to come before, but she's come today after seeing what happened in New Zealand. She wanted to speak, but she's a bit too shy, so I'm just going to say what she wanted to say. We need to get this ideology out of the schools because at least 10 people in her school are saying they're trans or non-binary. Most are girls, most are same-sex attracted or gender non-conforming, some not. Educate and Celebrate is one of the organisations in her schools. They actually had Sexpression in recent, and on their website they actually have as inspirational people to print posters out and follow Jeffrey Marsh. Anyway, that's all I've really got to say. I just want to speak for her, so thank you.
Let's hope, look, if your daughter wants to speak next time, we would love it. Educate and Celebrate, should we have some information on them? Yes. They were the group that went into a primary school called Bewley, I think it is. A primary school, and on their website they had love has no gender, love has no race, love has no age. Now shall we guess who's the patron of Educate and Celebrate? Peter Tatchell. Peter. Let's have a cheer for the 14-year-old who says that he had sex with men at 12 and 13. On Peter's website, it's still there. He had sex with men at 12 or 13, doesn't say he was raped by them. He had sex with men at 12 or 13, and they weren't like dirty paedophiles. They weren't really paedophiles, it was all consensual. And this is what Peter Tatchell promotes. So would I think he was the right person to be part of anything that goes anywhere near children? No. Absolutely no way. And can I just say to the lovely people at GB News, stop having him on! And a Christmas rendition, and here to advise Gary Glitter. And I am a little bit, look, I refuse now to go on. I don't lower myself to debates with bloggers on the television because I think I've got better things to do. Often just watch my nails dry. But I will not sit across from someone who claims to be a woman. Some parody, vile mockery and parody of women. I just won't do it. And so you won't find me on these debates anymore, because I think the words that I've got to say when I just speak about women are more than enough. That's why it's called Let Women Speak, not Let Women Speak and then let us speak about men. We're not speaking about men, we're speaking about women and our right to our language, our spaces, our voices, and everything associated with us that women before us worked so bloody hard for. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, I won't talk for long. I just want to go right back to basics. Gender is the sex role stereotypes that have been used for centuries to oppress women. The reason that they said women couldn't vote, there were many reasons, but we weren't logical, we couldn't make decisions, we were hyper-emotional. All of this is gender, it's sexist stereotypes. If you are asked to fill in any form that asks you what your gender identity is, ask you anything at all about gender, they're insulting you as a woman. If they call you a cis woman, they are calling you a Stepford wife. Yes. It's so insulting, it's beyond words. If they ask you what your sexuality is, if they say, are you a lesbian, ask them, what is your definition of a lesbian? Because if they say that that definition is same gender attracted, that is profoundly lesbophobic, that is the erasure of lesbians. And the same applies to gay men. They're erasing gay men, but I'm not here to talk about men. But we just need to keep that in mind. I'm very keen that we understand this idea of the fact that we are being subject to a psychological harm. There's a term, moral injury. When you're being forced to say something that is harmful to yourself that you do not believe in, that is harmful for people that you care about, when you are forced to use the word gender to refer to yourself, you are being degraded, you are being injured, you are being abused. And I'm afraid that the NHS in this country, that the police force, that all of these organisations that are using the word gender to refer to women and to refer to lesbians, they are insulting us. LGBT is negated by the concept of trans. There is no LGBTQ blah blah blah. There is LGBT on the one hand, and then there's the T and all the other crap on the other. So please remember what gender is. Gender is sex role stereotypes. We are not a sexual stereotype. And by the way, just before I finish, let's not forget that the specific sexual stereotypes that are pertinent to our modern times is the vile imagery of women and girls in pornography. That is what we are saying a woman is. That is not what we are.
I just switched us around because, quite frankly, I wasn't seeing any sparkle. And it's not for the good of others, it's just me. Okay, who else would like to speak? Yes? And then you. You're going to stand right here. Okay. So, oh, what a lovely top. Lovely top. Did you? Did you? Well, I've heard it's mostly funded by the Heritage Foundation.
Hello, my name's Paula Boddington. I'm an academic philosopher. I work on the ethics of artificial intelligence, including online content moderation. And by the way, I might mention, I got a chapter on online content moderation in my book, which was published last Tuesday. It's called AI Ethics, a Textbook. It's terribly expensive, but get your library to buy it because I need to more just so I can buy it. So I've spoken here before about the use of algorithms in so-called hate speech. So I just want to update you on some of the stuff that's happening. There's a linked mini-industry of academics, charities, interest groups, and policymakers, government departments, responsible for generating and propagating ideas about whose voices and what speech is a danger to democracy and what counts as hate speech. So many of you will have seen how Kelly J. Keane has made it to the annual Hate Not Hope State of Hate Report.
Thank you. I was hoping plans over the year, but I didn't.
Actually next year, with her own profile and a rather fetching picture actually. So I'm proud to say I predicted this because I know how these fuckers work. Are a kind of weird organisation with a charity arm and a political arm. They are concerned with hate, but only, it seems, hate from the right. And because they earn their living this way, what counts as hate spreads more and more like some kind of miasma. It spans to include very, very broad term populism. They're taken seriously by academics and policymakers, and their material is drawn upon in research. But to be fair, they only represent common opinion in this field by academic researchers who have a direct influence on policy. So let me give you a recent example. I mean, the irony, of course, is that many of the people who are working to combat bias in algorithms are themselves biased. So I watched a recent seminar called, you will probably have all seen it because it's got such a thrilling title. It's called Text Classification for Detecting Populist Speech in Tweets. And you can find it on the Alan Turing Institute's YouTube channel. The starting point of these researchers, based at Manchester University. So by the way, the Alan Turing Institute has got a policy arm and ethics arm, which then is very influential in influencing the civil service and government. So this is all part and parcel of a great big industry which is going to possibly be used, well, it will be used in the online safety bill and so on and so forth. So the starting point is that populist rhetoric is tricky because people do have freedom of speech, but it could undermine democracy because populist speech can make people aggressive in response. But of course, as we know, aggression is often wrongly attributed to very, very people who are actually being attacked. So for researchers define populism in this way, but you have a notion of pure people versus corrupt elite, always in opposition. The leaders claim that they represent the people, and they are the solution. So if you think about it, there are very, very many people who could be labelled as populist. I mean, supposing there is a corrupt elite, if you thought that, you'd be labelled as populist, and there'd be people writing algorithms to get your stuff taken down. So there's a general definition of populism, and then how it works, they have to write algorithms that's going to detect tweet source material online that will fulfil this definition. So that they then go on to mark 5 full marks of what counts as populist speech. In the research they did, you only have to have one of them for your speech to be classified as populist. So listen to this and see how many of us are going to be populist. So you constantly refer to and advocate for people. For example, you might say something like, let women speak. Use of personal pronouns to connect with the audience, like you or I or me. So for example, if you say something like, I never lose, then you might be a populist. The language is used to call out and criticise the elite. So academics are now on the side of the elite, and they use what they call the technical term metonymies, which are alternative words to refer to things. So in this research they say, for example, if you talk about number 10 when you mean the Prime Minister, that's like a kind of in-word in what you talk about. But social media policies mean that people have to use alternative words in order to get their stuff online past the censors. So they've created an industry whereby people are doing things which then classify you as populist. And it also says language which emphasises the victim and the audience. But of course, what does that actually mean? I don't think anybody here thinks we're victims. It's the reverse. We're not victims. But if you're talking about actual abuse, actual injustice, are you going to get classified as representing victims? So Note also that in part of this research, they try to decide what counts as populism, but you have moderators who classify how well the algorithm is working. Who are these moderators? We have no idea. They're probably just, they're probably something they find in a pub or a graduate school or something. Do they have the expertise and wisdom to think about the implications, or are they immersed in a particular culture? I mean, I actually could talk for a long time about how journalism is working. But in summary, starting out, if you remember, the aim of detecting populist material online is supposedly to prevent aggression and to prevent dangers to democracy. But this needs to be seen as part of an entire linked system of academics, charities, policymakers and the government, where somebody like Kelly J. Keane ends up being labelled far right, with her life literally in danger, and with her and those who wish to attend her events and speak subjected to aggression and violence. So such work must need to be seen as part of a system which causes the very things that it purports to address.
It still might mean something, and so I'm just going to say what it means to me. It means an authoritarian cult. It means not giving a shit about women. It genuinely means that whilst we pretended to be for lesbians, we actually aren't. We took your labour, we took your loyalty, and we turned it against you. And we put it in hospitals, and we put it on our police forces, and we put it in our schools. And everywhere I see this fucking flag, it just makes me think, this is the brandishing of authoritarianism. This is the brandishing of our rights. What?
That's the original flag. It's not that progressive shit.
No, the progressive one's even worse. But I'm just going to be honest, when I see a police officer with pride, I think, can I actually complain about what's happened to me? Yeah. Is it more likely when I see a police officer with rainbow laces, they're going to arrest me for misgendering rather than look after me if we're being fucking assaulted? A new flag, because as far as I'm concerned, that was never really about women. That was always going to be about the domination of men. And what that flag did is it cons women into thinking that they could be looked after by this flag, and then it turned against them quicker than those women could lie down in front of that pride parade in 2018. Yeah. Absolutely shameful. Have a lesbian flag. A lesbian flag, all welcome, as long as we know that doesn't include penises. I just, look, for me, for women, I think a hospital with that, even that flag, not the progress flag, but that flag, I just think all bets are off. There's going to be a dick in a woman's a woman's ward. There's going to be somebody who's going to ask me my bloody pronouns. Or they're going to have their pronouns on their badge. And I'm going to have to sit there while I'm examined. And we had Teresa, who was examined in a hospital, and a person who, a man, just came in the room where she could have been. Oh, hello! You want to speak?
I'm just going to take up the theme here. Intended to speak.
Is it okay?
Yes, thank you. So what happened was last October, I had been ill for a few months and I had an operation planned, and when I turned up at my pre-op assessment at the Pittsburgh Grace Hospital, which I thought was going to be mainly women because they specialise in women's procedures, what happened was a male with a gender identity put his head around the door. He was wearing a blonde wig, scarlet lipstick. My body was being marked up for surgery. It was clothes on, clothes off, and he stuck his head around the door and he eyeballed me, and I knew
that I've been targeted because on my pre-op assessment form I've said I'm not going to fill in any crap about gender identity, not that I use that terminology. I'm not going to fill in a form with pronouns, and I'm not going to engage with any manifestation of gender ideology. And I'm allowed to say that thanks to Maya Forstater. Don't take it from anyone. And I'm sorry that, you know, I'm sure my experience might sound threatening to people, but this is what we have to do now. So, anyway, I'm sure that I was targeted, and that night, and I know this also because the nurse who was giving me, the lady nurse who was giving me the assessment, I said to her, I bet I'm not the first person, am I? And she said, no, he's upset many women, okay? I was not the first one, because you know what, if something happens to you, you're not going to be the first and you won't be the last. And she was very upset because this poor woman had been doing everything possible to try to protect her patients. And I said to her, I want you to know that you've got women behind you, and thank you for what you're doing, but you're powerless in this situation. And there are lots of women behind you who are fighting against this. And she started crying. So that night I wrote her an email, and I said I complained about the patient dignity breach, and that's what it was. It was a patient dignity breach under Rule 10 of the CQC Fundamental Standards. So I knew what it was, and I also made a demand for same-sex intimate care because I knew that I was going to be immobilised after my surgery. It was very serious. And I was going to be immobilised, and as soon as I saw him, I thought he's going to be looking after me while I'm immobilised, so I've got to put up a barrier, which is a bigger barrier than I had intended to put up, because I never expected to have to make that demand. But as soon as I could see that that hospital didn't have proper boundaries in place, that they would allow, because there was no lock on the door, there was no curtain around me, he just opened the door, he made direct eye contact with me, and it was very obvious what was happening. So I asked for those two things, and it was properly phrased, and next thing, my operation was cancelled with 1 working day's notice. Okay, 1 working day's notice. And I'd already had visits to A&E with a perforated intestine. So it was basically like cancelling the operation of a person with appendicitis. That's the equivalent of what they did. They said, we do not share your beliefs. So what? We're not going to accommodate your request. I'm sure this is not what you want to hear, but we suggest you make alternative arrangements. And that was the CEO of Princess Grace Hospital. She signed that letter. All right? So that's like saying, well, you know, apparently it was a collective decision, but that's just like following orders, isn't it? And we've seen that before in history, okay? So it's a real pleasure to be able to, I'm glad you raised this, Kelly J, because, you know, Kelly J Keane was the first person to reach out to me, and because I'm not media savvy at all, and she made contact with me, and she
That's it, but it's not me. Lawrence Fox is here, so I'm going to try and interview him, see what he has to say, because he's always good on camera. Lawrence, how are you?
Hi man, I'm good, how are you?
Good, thanks. So what do you think of today's event taking place?
I think it's excellent and important. And it's good that it's being reported and covered,
Yeah.
and we should protect women and stand for them.
Do you feel like this will have an impact with passers-by seeing
No, because it won't go in the newspaper, will it?
Curiosity.
Or on the terrestrial television.
Yeah. So you've come down today to Speaker's Corner to
Stand with women. Yeah, why not? Someone can.
And in terms of media coverage, do you feel like there's more media coverage this week compared to other past weeks?
I don't see enough media coverage of what is essentially the most important issue, cultural issue at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because you know Nigel Farage, and he's with GB News.
Yeah.
Has he come down to support this so far?
I don't know, I haven't seen Nigel yet. I'm sure he's definitely on side there.
Yeah. If you want to see the footage on here, it's on my YouTube channel, so
I will.
Feel free to.
Oh, I just accidentally did the wrong thing.
Thank you very much.
Which used to mean okay, but apparently it doesn't mean okay anymore. Thanks, society, for telling me what I can and can't do.
So, yeah, I mean, what I was saying to you is that I'm surprised to see you here.
Why are you supposed to see me here? Tell me.
Because I don't associate you with women's rights.
Well, it's not necessarily just women's rights, is it? It's a fun. You're being asked to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. That's what you're being asked to accept that a man is a woman, and that's compelled speech, and that way madness lies. And you know, I had a wonderful mum, and the thought of her being obliterated. I also have two lovely children, two boys, and they are being pummeled with gender ideology in school, and it's just appalling. I'm furious about it. So, you know, and look at the evil suppression of what Kelly J is trying to do. It's you know, society should be celebrating strong men and strong women. You know, you need both. And if men don't stand up for women, then you know, women have to stand up for themselves, and then they get crushed in New Zealand, don't they? Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of interesting, isn't it, the way that the sort of the left and the right is breaking down and merging, and these positions are sort of, which seem in opposition, are coming together.
I don't know. I'm sort of lost on this left-right thing, because, you know, people say I'm right-wing. I don't feel particularly right-wing. I feel quite liberal as a person. I've got a few conservative values, but I also have a few kind of socialist values in some ways. So I think it's more authoritarian, isn't it? It's that old adage of authoritarianism versus anti-authoritarian. I don't like authoritarianism, and I don't like the commercialisation of mental illness. And Marxism is about dragging people down to the lowest common denominator, and that means we've got to listen to some body dysmorphic, mentally screwed guy tell me that he's a woman. No, you're not a woman. You know, it's that simple. We have to have empiricism in this world. If you don't have empiricism, you're screwed. If you can't define what a man or a woman is, what can you define? You know, that's scary. It's an assault on free speech too. So, and that's where my passion lies. So that's it really for me. That's how I feel about it. But I stand, come and support. It's important. And it's underreported. It's not reported on the mainstream media. They're too scared of it. Every institution is full of it. Right from education all the way through to the police force with their stupid rainbow lanyards. It's like, I don't want a political police force. I don't want anything politicised. Actually, I'm anti-political. Really, when it comes to these things, you could get political ideology, all of this woke ideology, out of our national institutions. We don't need it. It's unhelpful. It's unhealthy. It creates division. It promotes illness and mental illness and perversion. You know, all the drag queen story out, oh, it's like Pantomime Day. No, it's not like a Pantomime Day. I'm really sorry. It's not. And if it was like a Pantomime Day, why are you threatening to punch me or attack me and drag me down for protesting it? It's not. This is the secular liberal democracy, and you know, these are foundational issues for our culture.
So what's different about now?
What do you mean?
Well, it wasn't. This sort of thing wasn't existing 10 years ago. Why now?
Well, I think people have woken up to it. You know, it's if your ideas are unpopular with the demos, then no one's going to vote for them, are they? So the only way to get your power is to infiltrate things, to infiltrate institutions, to the point where you've got the leader of the opposition says that 1 in 1,000 women might have a penis. It's like, you want to be in charge of something, mate? Really? Unbelievable. So, you know, all of these groups, the Stonewalls of this world, all of the ESG stuff, which is where all the Dylan Mulvaney thing is coming from, it's just it's not a 51% issue. It doesn't have the support of the people. And if it doesn't have the support of the people, then it shouldn't be crushed into our souls and into our life. And we all need women. You know, gay, straight, it doesn't matter. We need women, we need our mothers, and they're so important. And they set the example for, you know, to link in with men. Without one, you don't have the other. It's a fundamental issue.
Anything else you need to say?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you feel? I mean, you're some of your positions. You say that you're liberal, but some of your associations are definitely not.
Well, also I've got some very conservative views. So I've certain very conservative views on abortion, for example, which don't go down well with a lot of women, as I find out frequently. But you know, that's my view. It's not the law. It's my view.
So how do you reconcile, like, being here amongst women who definitely would oppose these views, and but in other ways you obviously agree?
Well, because it's not an abortion debate, is it? Which is something I would avoid, actually, because I think that this country has a pretty stacked position on it, and that's how it should be. But I don't think you have to agree on everything with people. I'm not here to agree with everyone on everything. I'm here to be myself and express myself freely about what I feel, and I should have just as much right to do that as anybody else. And if you disagree with me, you're more power to you. I like being disagreed with, but this is so much more important than, you know, men. It's just so much more important.
Do you mind telling viewers what you think of all of this going on at the moment?
As long as you can't be loud.
Yeah.
No, I'm here to support the Let Women Speak event to make sure it's not attacked by the trans. Trans have stayed away. There's a good number of women here, and there's at least 12 police vehicles in the area which were full of police. So they got a lot of police along here. It could be 100 to prevent any trouble, which is quite interesting, because in previous times they were busy preventing our freedom of speech, but now they're here opposing the disruption of freedom of speech by trans, which is a step forward.
So have you seen any sign of the TRA trying to infiltrate this so far?
Well, there's one of these rainbow flags there which the women speaking have objected to, but it just seems to be a lone person. Because that, you see, they pointed out, doesn't represent women's interests at all. It's an authoritarian imposition, which has been adopted by many councils, the police, the NHS and so on, as a nod or a support of LGBTQ, which of course is against women's rights, especially when it comes to men transing themselves into women and ruining women's sports. Well, that's just one very simple example, but it's happening everywhere.
What are your thoughts on the media coverage at this place at the moment? Because I feel like there's slightly more coverage over here, it appears, and I'm guessing that's Sky News Australia. What are your thoughts on all of that?
I don't know, but you see, there's certainly no BBC or ITV here, and they won't report this.
Just smallish live streamers like me or Heiko, and this is the biggest media organisation I've seen so far covering it. Do you feel like this is a step in the right direction, in a sense?
Oh, these women are a step in the right direction, yes, because a lot of women are standing up. In any big revolutionary or working class movement, when the women step up, it usually means that it's got more important, and it makes it more important. That happened in the miners' strike. Women against pit closures, I know it was a long time ago, perhaps for you, was very important, and it made a big difference. The miners' strike was lost in the end, but they got to the point of winning. They were betrayed, that's the problem, but the women's voice in there was very important indeed. And now women are probably the biggest force in the movement against the World Economic Forum.
So do you feel like this will unite the freedom movement and expand it even bigger? So we won't be just portrayed or labelled in some sort of sense by the mainstream
it's very
media?
important. That's why it's very important the freedom movement seems to be here defending us, which they are, which is good. There's a lot of things going to be on this next few days and next few weeks.
Of course.
Very interesting things going to be happening. We've got another Well, I'm speaking at a public meeting in West London on the 14th. On the 15th is a big anti-zoning demonstration. And the 17th, that's the Monday, there's an important rally, 12 noon, Trafalgar Square. A rally against the World Health Organization, which is an alternative world government. And it's really important to be there. And on the 22nd there's going to be a rally in Trafalgar Square against the financing of the Zelensky regime. And that is important because the war is actually against everybody. It's a con. It's a war con. There are people killed, and that is had to be opposed. But the reason for it isn't just for a war there. It's so that they can trick you into accepting higher energy prices and so forth.
So do you think we're expecting larger numbers attending these events now? Because
there will
the
be,
ULEZ will be affecting almost everyone who drives cars and from all backgrounds and classes.
We're going to have
a burden upon them.
We're going to have a little convoy in early May, and we're saying that on Coronation Day, we want Coronation Day to be the end of ULEZ. We want from that day everyone to drive at will and not pay, and call on King Charles to end this ULEZ scheme. Tell Sadiq Khan to take a running jump.
But some, to counter, I have to be impartial here obviously on live stream, some would say King Charles has to stay out of politics and completely stay out of this, and just because he's the constitutional head of the UK, as he's the monarch, and he can't express his views.
But he is in politics. He's part of the World Economic Forum. He's got to choose. Either he serves the United Kingdom or he serves this external evil force of mega corporations. So he's there already. No, I mean, I don't support monarchies as such, but we're not demonstrating against him on that issue. We're demonstrating against him politically because of what he's doing. He's betraying us.
Yeah. And with passers-by in particular with this event, do you feel like they'll take a lot of notice as it's a busy day, also Easter Sunday as well?
Well,
there's people out in the park. Do you think they'll be curious about this?
Most people in the park are just in the park. This would get more attention if it was over there where there's a hard surface where you can hear people better. But the trouble is there's also other noises over there. So I understand why they came here. It's quite nice, but no, it'll only affect the people who come. People walking by don't know what it is. In fact, from the distance we thought it was an Iranian event because we couldn't find this one. We had to look for it.
Whereabouts is the Iranian demo?
Well, I don't know. There isn't one. But somebody said that looks like an Iranian flag, but it wasn't.
So you get all sorts of people at this event, I guess. And
one does.
In terms of these protest events, do you feel like the mainstream media will at least catch on to the ULEZ protests?
Well, they'll have to when we do something daring. Like what we say about the coronation, or we're going to have a convoy a few days before going to London from the M1. Now, it might get attention, but I think they're going to do their best to ignore it, lie, call us far right just because we don't want to pay these theft taxes.
I'll just tell my viewers, if you have any questions in the live chat to ask Piers, feel free to drop them, and I'll ask them directly to them. And so any questions, drop them in the live chat, and I'll forward them to Piers.
Certainly will.
He's out and about today. You're going to be speaking later, aren't you?
Yeah, we'll be, yeah. I think the important thing to know how to break ULEZ.
Yeah.
That is, drive at will and do not pay. I've amassed so-called £45,000 of fines. Now, all they're doing is sending me more demands.
Yeah.
They're not taking me to court because it's all illegal. We're confident of this. So, you know, we can break it. We can break ULEZ and break Sadiq Khan, the worst mayor of London ever. And I'll be standing against him in May 2024.
Some say that there are almost too many candidates and there might be a split between the vote and the freedom movement.
Well, we're telling people to go to hell.
David Curtin,
well,
potentially
no. I've talked to David Curtin. Well, Lawrence Watts should just go away. I mean, they've done nothing. He does nothing at all. He just stands in front of cameras and waffles. Has he driven at will and not paid? You know, what's he done? Nothing. I mean, these people are just jumping in the movement. Of course, this will always happen. When a movement gets big, the powers that be will insert people to mislead us. Controlled opposition is what it's called. And GB News is controlled opposition. They'll have mouthers like the ones you mentioned, but they don't invite me. I mean, you know, TV were denouncing me for as a anti-vaxxer, a conspiracy theorist, but everything I said turned out to be true. But they haven't had me on TV to say, sorry, we were wrong, Piers, you were right. No. Instead they have some jerk saying, oh, well, maybe lockdowns weren't such a good idea. Well, you know, those of us who fought from day one are ignored by these people because they want to insert others to divert the movement. So watch carefully.
Definitely. Yeah, so, because interestingly enough, GB News are under Ofcom and they're a regulated body that I think they set rules and codes of conduct of these particular media organisations in the country. So
well, Ofcom is corrupt.
Unlike us independent streamers that just film everything, including just all sorts of rallies, even trans right now.
Superb.
We just film everything here. So, guys, if you have any questions to Piers once again, feel free to drop them in the live chat.
And we could ask them later on. What's the time now?
Go on and talk about. I think it's about. It's moving on to 3. It's like 10 to 3. Yeah, this is when speakers corners get very lively. But yeah, guys, if you have any questions in the live chat, feel free to ask them to Piers. I'll ask them directly to him.
And end up with my slogan.
Yeah, still doing.
Resist, defy, do not comply. I'm not shouting it because we don't want to deal with that.
They might, because I can't really do commentary close by because it's really quiet and they're doing all their speeches around there. But, yeah, thank you very much.
Could I get a quick selfie? Is that all right? Thank you, very kind. Thank you.
Hello, Divine. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the live chat and welcome back to the stream. Happy Easter as well. So, we are currently broadcasting live at Hyde Park near Speaker's Corner. So we just interviewed Lawrence Fox, Piers again, as we normally do anyways. But remember to hit the big red subscribe button and click the bell icon so you stay up to date with future live streams like these in the future. And so you also get notified whenever I go live or upload a new video. Thank you very much for tuning into today's stream, everyone. Happy Easter. And yeah, if you have any questions in the chat to drop to Piers later, I'd be more than happy to forward them to him and he will answer in due course. But I think he'll be speaking later on the further end of Speaker's Corner, as this is where the protest is taking place. We have there's currently a heavy police presence at the moment, so a few police horses mounted, police, just making sure it doesn't kick off. Thank you very much.
So we had New Zealand, Australia, France ready to send to Australia. In fact, I looked them up last night. Thank goodness I did that because we've had 2002 figured out too. These are the Irish and EU figures. Thank you, friend. And we have postcards, ably assisted from Posey. And I don't want to upset anybody in Northern Ireland, so I'll print out some UK ones. It would just be the wrong weekend to do that, wouldn't it? Yes, but these are the stats. The fact that our friend, I can't see her, was able to say 99% is because I have looked up 12 countries. I always have to say, I'm telling the MOJ in Scotland, I'm always having to say except Scotland.
By the way, I'll be adding the super chat probably in the next couple of months when I can actually monetize this channel and also
none of their stats are disaggregated by sector.
Yeah, we can't really speak too close there because they're doing speeches, so I have to come back to do a bit of the commentaries. Yeah, so basically once I monetize I'll be able to put the super chat and everything up, and same with the TikTok channel. Also, if you haven't already and you have TikTok, do go check out the TikTok channel. Links in the description. That's where I'll be posting a lot of videos, including King's Guards videos, as they get really popular on there and they can be quite entertaining. So do drop a follow if you have TikTok. Let's try to get to 40,000 at least by the end of the month, and that'll enable us to do live streams on that platform as well as YouTube as well in the future, so we can do variations. And yeah, once again, thanks very much for tuning in to today's stream, and happy Easter everyone. We're now on the ground, broadcasting live at Speaker's Corner. Is everything going down there?
Not much, it's usual otherwise.
Still doing that live stream?
Yeah.
How many people? So you got Base Welshman here. Do go check
Good
out his
evening,
channel,
and
drop him a follow on
Lisa,
YouTube.
can you put in another alternative?
Thank you. Cheers. So you're doing more YouTube now, and
just now, yeah.
I mean, there's a heavy police presence over there.
There was 11 people.
11, yeah, it's 40 SG vans. I saw earlier. That's all we're talking about in case.
I feel safe.
I know, in case the TRA come.
Ridiculous though it is. What are they trying to do? Well, see, that's it. They're getting that drug just get anywhere. Not really targeting anyone.
I mean, it's mainly standing around. It's quite peaceful.
Yeah.
There's no clash between any of the two groups here. So, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how it unfolds from the afternoon, I guess.
I think this will be it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have a quick look for my mate because I lost him here when I went down there. And I'll see you in a minute,
Yeah, I was catching it. I might go in and just stream and then head
Be careful there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they'll say you're too
Yeah. Else I do the commentary here.
This is a whole new world to me.
Happy Easter, Sarah. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, do go check out Citizen Sid, or the Grey Area on YouTube. Drop a follow and do subscribe to our channel.
Of all this evidence into a public book that can be on the desk not only of every MP before the election, but every single candidate.
Anyone else? Can I just remind, if any men want to talk, this is about women. So you can speak, I mean anyone can like to speak on anything. There will be predominantly about the erasure of women's rights, language and freedom. And so if there's something related to this huge issue which is never ending, then it's really welcome. If you start talking about something completely unrelated, we may just really cut your time to about 30 seconds. Some people put their hand up there and then you put their hand up here. Yeah.
I came here and I wanted to speak on my screen for the first time ever, and I'm already here and I'm speaking, so I'm going pretty quick. Which was easy because everyone was so welcoming, so lovely, and it's really nice to see people my age. What? Nothing against the older generation, obviously, but it's really nice to see my generation for what is actually starting with that generation. And I've
quite understand. And do you know what? That's actually disregarding the fact that this trans ideology co-opts loads of young, feminist-leaning, probably would-be women's rights activists, lots of politically astute, educated academics and women. And how convenient that women that lean towards caring for women's rights have been co-opted by movements saying, you know, the best way that you can do that is to accommodate men. It's so bizarre. And the best way that you can rebel against gender stereotypes is by absolutely enforcing them as the truth. We have to affirm this gender identity as the truth. It's the antithesis of everything that I'm going to say liberal feminists claim that they support. And I'm begging, please connect the dots. Please connect the dots. And I think so much of it is fear and concern, and it's all that compelled speech, and it's all of that young female socialisation which is so prevalent, and it's not wanting to rock the boat, and it's not wanting to be a horrible, scary lady like all of us here. These are not horrible, scary ladies. But they're really not. And there's so many different types of women here, and everyone has their differences, and everyone has their own theories what it's all about, and whether it links to this agenda or this. I don't really care that much about that, because this issue in and of itself is important enough. Women's sex-based rights is the big picture. That's the big picture. And trans ideology isn't a fringe issue. It's not petty women trying to stir up a culture war. It's an existential threat to the rights of women. Absolutely. If we are erased from the law, from data, from our own bloody language, then we cease to be people. And when women cease to be people, we're objects. And that means that we are then...
So Lou, that's right up. Is that Bob Dylan sort of country? Is that Hibbing? Is it Hibbing? Where's Hibbing?
Whatever our differences, that is issue enough for us to come together and campaign for this. Honestly, and I'm going to keep doing it because I've probably known like people around me as like a real loud man.
It's a bit tricky. I know. So then you have to, you think, oh, I've got
But I've made so many girls come up to me and women come up to me and say, yeah, I am.
We're still standing. See a weird guy in black mask. There's two of them. There's another one. Sorry? I don't know what he's talking about, but he's obviously turned up hopefully to cause trouble, but unfortunately he's a bit light on numbers. So he can't have the fun they had 3 weeks ago.
They were saying the things that were going round in my head, and I was like, it's not just me. I'm just about to finish a philosophy degree at British Uni, so I'm really in the belly of the beast.
That's true. How these are all Nazis.
Talking about this, I think that is the only thing that stops you from going a bit mad.
No, that's prejudice, you're right.
That when they tell you that black is white and white is black, and it's not. We know that women are adult human females, and we know that trans women are men. Yes,
And I don't know how to say it, but I was deceived and I was not allowed to be upset with my decision. And if that keeps on going, there's going to be more people who are going to be deceived, find out they're deceived, and they're not allowed to say, you have lied to me, you have deceived me, and I am the one who's a transphobe because I'm upset. So that's why I'm here saying something today. More people will have to stay in silence. Thank you so much.
Hiya, everybody. I want to thank everybody who's come here today. I know it takes a real courage to come here in the face of all of the slurs and the onslaught and all the things that happen to stop women meeting together and talking about women's rights. So, also want to thank Posey Parker for all her work to build these events up to create what we have now. Like, I wasn't going to speak because there are so many women who want to speak today, but I'll keep it brief. Say what I want to say. I came here early for anybody who's come here, and I was off to the loo, and over there there's a little mural to the reformers tree, and I watched a little girl. She was looking at it and she was taking pictures and saying to her mum, Mum, look at it, taking pictures. And God bless her, she looked about 9, 10, 11 years old. She knew what Speaker's Corner means for women's rights. You know, and like, this is what it is. I wish to my heart that she would have come an hour later, where we could have been like, come and meet the next suffragette. Because I spoke to several women today on the outskirts. One of them was a woman you've just heard, who I spoke to, and she was like, I don't like cis, and I was like, we hate cis. She came and now she's speaking, you know what I mean? Like, it's so powerful. I spoke to another woman, a woman who's a Muslim woman who's concerned about the loss of single-sex spaces, who just knows men aren't women and women aren't men. It's as basic can be. So I just think we all need to keep on. What we're doing is really, really reaching people, because the normies in society, all of them, from all their diverse backgrounds, their diverse ideologies, all of them are going to unite on a single thing, which is men aren't women. To say that some men are women if it didn't have such detrimental effects on women's rights. This is the problem, and this is what they see. It's okay to say to your little friend, like, oh yeah, you're a woman or whatever, but on society-wide levels, to say men are women impacts on women's rights. And they see that, they know this, and they're all supporting us silently. They all know so much more than we ever gave them credence for. We are talking about a population, and it's like you need to push on an open door, because they're all ready for peaking. All these normal women who are coming around just randomly passing through the park, they're on our side, so we just need to keep on going on and just let them know. Basic truths: men aren't women, women aren't men. Posey Parker's a fucking legend!
try and crush me to death because it really has brought me into the have to say that. Anybody else? Yes.
Hello everyone. You can boo now because I'm a Tory. I used to vote Labour when they were for the working class, but they left the working class about 5 years before they left women. I just want to say that I've been fighting this battle since about 2018, and it was always about defending women's rights and child safety. But I now actually think it's a lot more worse than that. The whole New Zealand thing, there was no free speech in New Zealand. They're now resorting to violence. It's getting nasty. This thing is about truth, about reality, about free speech. More than just child safety and women's rights, it's about total reality. And I implore everyone, it doesn't matter whether it's right or
I've smoothed every dog here.
Yeah. Not every dog.
I've smoothed every dog.
Yeah. Yeah. So much. I don't know.
I did not know that he was there.
What was this in Tranny?
Yeah, a few times. Yeah, but they're only two.
Yeah, he is.
Coming into the UK for the first time, and there's a couple of things that and they were buying on toilets. And when they actually came to the school, they spoke to the teachers and said, actually, I identify as a boy. And when they did this, the teachers actually take that from the parents. So the parents had no idea that this was going on. And I think that's really significant as well, especially if you imagine you're sending your child away, not only to boarding school, but from a different country, and you have no idea that that's going on, and no idea like that your child is really elsewhere, no way you can support them or reach out to them. And this is all hidden from the parents. And we were told to go along with it, and I just that seemed really significant. And then there's like excuses like
It's very good set what you got there. Yeah. I'm just streaming on my YouTube and TikTok. impartially document these sorts of events. What's your name?
So I talk about it quite a bit, but when a child, for example, is 13, when you look at
So much better just use phone stuff.
when you search
I got loads of Fox.
within a couple of weeks, that will be found on your
My self-mine channel. Are you working with what's your channel?
We're not a channel.
Your channel? Oh, just independent film. Oh wow, that's interesting. Yeah, because I normally just go around the place and just film everything. Yeah, so just depends in London. Some of my footage goes to Newsflare. They distribute it. I have a
You're watched.
Yeah, I'm watching it on YouTube and stuff, so yeah, I just impartially record them. I do a lot of Speakers Corner anyways on Sunday, for more like a practice ground to like interviews. Yeah, I speak over the camera, but then I show what's going on as well at the same time, so yeah, it's good fun going around. And, you know, what's your name again? Max. Louis. Nice to meet you. Yeah. So you're from London then?
Well,
just
I'm
Australian, yeah. Yeah. This is very popular in Australia too, these type of events. I saw Posey Parker was attacked in New Zealand as well. Because I thought you were like Sky News Australia or some sort of media. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll show you, I do a lot of, on TikTok, I do a lot of like King's Guards videos too, so I'll just do a bit of both.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's good fun. It's a good source of videos. So just go around. There's a few more videos here and there.
Oh really?
Yeah, this is my live stream, so
okay.
Things like that. So, all sorts of things. I've done it for a couple of years, short stuff. Yeah, just everything basically in London for the sea. So just kind of yeah. Well, I highly recommend if you want good footage out of King's Guards. They're really popular. They can sometimes get wrong. Buckingham Palace tomorrow morning, that's the changing of the guards. That will take place. You can get really good TikTok footage. If you guys ever use TikTok, I highly recommend it. And also Four Scots Parade near Whitehall. There's that place, Tower of London, of course, because you get the guards there. So I just do a bit of that. So guards and just protest rally events basically. So, yeah, it's a very good setup, a lot of setup down there. Yeah, definitely.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I just thought
right, unless there's any. Okay, and they've been here for a really long time, and I'm very, very grateful. And they did it because they wanted to protect our rights. And so I'm really glad that British police, on this occasion, and I've been interviewed on a number of occasions saying things like that person's not a lesbian. So on this occasion, I'm really, really grateful. And it's wasted resources, and I feel so bad. There's nobody here that's threatening us at the moment. I'm sure that's why they're not here threatening us. So I'm going to wind up now, unless there's any female. No. Okay, for everybody, please. Okay, so I'm going to wind it up because I think it would. I personally know that in this lovely city, there is some trafficked woman, there is some woman being assaulted, there's some child being assaulted right now, and I'd rather divert police resources to those people because they have the enable them to have the fundamental right to free speech. So can we just have they won't hear us. Can we just say thank you? Okay, so I'm really just so happy by the number of young women. You may get a barrage of views and but I've got plenty more. So I'm sure you get a lot of views, but what you will do is you will girls to actually speak up for themselves, and that's what we all do. Every time you speak up, every time you grimace when someone goes or says something that's preposterous, every time you stand against that, you give somebody else permission to stand against it. I think that's what Let Women Speak is all about. It's not just enabling our speech here today, it's enabling the speech of so many women literally around the world. We're back here on the 30th, right in this spot. Hopefully it will be sunny because I'm an atheist, but I think God loves me. So we'll be back here. I want to say thank you to Iris and the stewards. Really annoying. I kind of almost don't like them. Anyway, again, okay, so if you can stand up and speak, even when you know those around you in your peer group may scorn and abuse you, I promise we will win.
Have you been today?
Still hanging here, man.
Still hanging here. Yeah, I'm gonna head to the corner soon.
Yeah, I went there.
See what's going on.
Yeah.
Is anything much going on yet?
The usual Muslim, Islam, Christianity.
Piers.
Piers, I didn't see Piers. But
I saw him earlier here.
Oh, was it? Oh, maybe he's not.
That can still work. Finished now. We're gonna head back to the corner, speaker's corner, in the further end.
I'm going to do a tour and I'll meet you up there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, see you in a bit then. Yeah. We're now going to head to speaker's corner now and see all the debates happening there. Remember to hit that big red subscribe button and click the bell icon so you stay up with future live streams like these in the future. And so you also get notified whenever I go live or upload a new video. Thank you very much for tuning into today's stream, everyone. So now we're heading to the other side of Speaker's Corner, where all the religious debates take place, and also Piers stands, which should be happening anytime soon, and speaks up on his ladder, talking about the ULEZ expansion, which people are going to be protesting about around sometime next week on Saturday. So I'll be reporting on that and documenting that rally. Thank you very much for tuning in. Huge credits to all the mods. Thank you to all the mods keeping the track clean today. Very much appreciated. If you haven't already, check out the TikTok channel. Let's try to get to 40,000 on there. And also, if you haven't already on this channel, do hit the big red subscribe button and click the bell icon so you get notified, and we can just help the algorithm on YouTube, especially to get more people on. It looks very packed at Speaker's Corner today. I guess it's a sunny Easter day, so a lot of people in the park, and the police were here in their numbers in case the TRA came along to cause some sort of clash between the Let Women Speak rally, but nothing really kicked off, luckily, so all nice and peaceful.
It's a kind of speech.
Appears to be a bit of a Palestine rally over here, which is some sort of one-man protest.
Yusuf!
Free, free Palestine! 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 Bro, it's enough. I'm passing, man. Say I'm passing, go, bro.
Beyond the narrative. The issue that it presents is that John's trying to
You said that no, Jesus is a pig. I don't believe he's a pig. You see, he doesn't believe in you. You see, come on. This is about to go up here.
You are lying to your Muslim community. You are lying to your Muslim community.
So,
bro,
Shut up, man.
you are lying to your Muslim brothers and sisters. Don't lie to your Muslim brothers. 500 pounds. 500 pounds now, Mansour. I'm paying you right now 500 pounds. Give me that one.
come on.
Help me take the shahada, Mansour.
Using DRA to meet their end.
From different ethnic groups who have become Muslim. Why? Because Islam was the truth. And because
Just going to do a quick walkabout. It's a very busy day, packed over here at Speaker's Corner. I'm heading to Mob Lodge because I see some flags, so I'm assuming something is going on over there. So I think people just praying over here.
अली की हकीकत अली जानता है नादम नहीं आदमी जानता है जवाब बैठे यहाँ से वहाँ तक जितने जवाब के लिए शेर पेश कर रहा हूँ के नजफ का ये ज़ाहिर है गुमनाम कब है नजफ का ये ज़ाहिर है गुमनाम कब है इसे कम से कम हर नबी जानता है आदम नहीं आदमी जानता है ربك لنحشرن
We're now broadcasting live at Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park, the streets of London. Welcome to the channel if you're new. Remember to hit that big red subscribe button and click the bell icon so you stay up to date with future live streams like these in the future, so you also get notified whenever I go live or upload a new video.
To the justice of God, and God said would be death. God said to our first parents, in the day that you eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you will surely die. And so death came into the human race because of sin. Because of sin. That's why death came. And the only way that death can be removed from the human race, the only way that death could be taken away from the human race was because the eternal Word of God, Jesus Christ, the eternal Son of God, was willing to clothe himself with our humanity that he might die in the sinner's place. And that's why he went through the substitutionary death. That's why he went through death on the cross. Because that was the only way the penalty to God's justice could be paid. God's justice. God is a holy God. God is a righteous God. And God's justice requires death for sin. And because God is infinitely holy, he must have infinite punishment for sin. And that is why Jesus Christ was willing to suffer infinite punishment. That's why Jesus Christ, when he hung on the cross, he was bearing all the righteous anger of a holy God against sin. When Jesus Christ died in the sinner's place, he was bearing the wrath of a holy God. Because God, as I said, demanded death for sin. And Jesus Christ, if he had never paid the penalty for our sin by his own atoning death on the cross, then we'd all be lost. We'd all be damned forever. Because God's justice would smoke against us forever unless God's penalty for sin is paid with death, the death of the sinless one, then we are all lost. But Jesus Christ was willing. He was willing to clothe himself with our humanity. He was willing to be made in all points like we are, yet without sin, that he might bear the penalty in his own body, that he might bear the penalty for his people's sin. And that is what Jesus Christ has done. He has borne the penalty for our sin. All those who turn from their wickedness and their gossiping and their malice, all those who turn from sin, only those who repent. God commands all men everywhere to repent, and yet it is not your repentance that will save you. It's only the blood of Jesus Christ that washes from sin. And Jesus Christ was willing to suffer death at the expense of God's justice, that he might pay the penalty for sin in full by his own death, by his own substitutionary death, by his own atoning blood. Jesus Christ shed his own blood for the atonement or the covering of sin. And that is why the Jewish people today have the Passover, because at the Passover the blood of the animal was put on the lintels and the doorposts. And God said, when I see the blood, I will pass over. And God only passes over your sin and my sin when he sees the blood applied. And that's why the blood of Jesus Christ must be applied to your conscience in order for you to know assuredly that your sin has been forgiven.
There's no such thing as sin.
And there is sin. Sin is transgression of the law. This man is contradicting the word of God. Sin is breaking the Ten Commandments. And every human being has done that. There's no one human being, with the exception of Jesus Christ, who has kept the first table of the law, to love God perfectly and to love their neighbour as themselves perfectly. Only Jesus Christ did that. Only Jesus Christ loved God perfectly as man, by becoming man and submitting himself to every ordinance of the law. And that's why we need the righteousness of Jesus Christ to justify us, to declare us righteous, because he alone has borne the penalty due to man's sin. If you want to bear the penalty for your own sin, then you must go on bearing it forever and ever. You must go on suffering in hell to the praise of the glory of God's justice forever and ever. You must go on suffering in torment, because God is infinitely just. and infinite punishment is the penalty to sin. Christ was willing to die for his people's sins. He was willing to go down into death according to the scriptures. He was willing to be buried, and he was willing to rise again on the third day according to the scriptures. And the reason why Jesus Christ did that man who always argues, how can God die? How can God die? Jesus Christ had to die in order to pay the penalty to the justice of God as man, in order for sinners to be forgiven, in order for sinners to be saved. So you need to repent of your sin. You need to turn away from breaking the law of God. You need to turn away from not loving God with all your heart, with all your mind, with all your soul, and with all your strength. And you need to turn to Jesus Christ. When I turn to Jesus Christ from my sin, from my atheism, from my egotism, from my idolatry, from my life of lying,
I would say that going to pay money to Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya for taking black people as slaves.
You accept government killing kids?
Okay, well, brother.
You accept government killing kids?
Ladies and gentlemen,
you accept government killing kids?
Politics of the world, they're very much.
Do you accept government killing kids?
When we as Christians, we try to understand what's going on. The Muslims are Islam. They don't want to understand anything happening. They think that they're over.
Jewish ministers saying that Jewish ministers are saying that you're going to heaven. But Allah, God, Creator, is the only way to our great God, to the heaven, is Allah.
Say we go to heaven.
You are saying in your book that so many thousands of people in your people are going to go to heaven. But why say that? Come on, anybody. Jewish witnesses, the hypocrites. Jewish witnesses.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm sorry, sir. Jewish witnesses.
Would you mind telling my viewers about what happened at Horse Guards Parade? Sorry to go a bit off topic, but I saw you on my one of the people I work with in this Barcelona Park. He was interviewing you, I'm sure.
Yes.
So what was happening at Horse Guards Parade with you and
Basically
the police?
what happened was I was choking the horses, helping people to come to the horses, saying up here for the horses. And the police said, you can't do that. I said, excuse me, I'm waiting for the bloody horse, what's your problem? And they got quite a bit rude as well. So I put them in straight. And then I took him again, and the police come again and said to me, you cannot touch the horses. I said, he says, you cannot touch the reins, but you can touch the horses. So I told him straight yesterday, I said, no, I'm not having it. But all people here can touch your horses, take pictures, but some that touch the horses, the guy said you can't do that. But you can do it. I love horses. Horses are very lovely. And next week I'm going to go again next week as well.
So you're going there on Monday, I'm assuming? Or
pardon?
Which day are you going there to Speaker's Corner? Horse Guards, sorry.
I will be going there next Saturday.
Next Saturday.
I'm going to go every single week. They don't like me going there because they think I'm a fear to them. But in the day, it's a horse. I love horses. I've been brought up with a horse. I've had my own horse before, my daughter a horse. What is the problem stroking a bloody horse? To me, what is the problem with this? I don't understand the problem. So I will be going there again next Saturday, stroking the bloody horses. The police might arrest me next week, I don't know. But I don't care.
Yeah, just to let you know, you're going viral all over TikTok,
really?
YouTube. Yeah, one of my colleagues, Busker in the Park, he has about 500,000 on TikTok, and you're going viral with all
because
of the
I
content.
stand my ground. I don't stand the shit what they give me down here. They say you can't do nothing. I stand my ground. I stroke a horse. I love horses. What is their problem? And if they want to fight against me, let them do that. But I will show them and support towards them. But at the end of the day, all I can say, God bless you all. God bless everybody.
So what's your main objective or goal in terms of all of this? What are you trying to achieve? My viewers will be very interested.
Yes, what it is, guys, I used to be a Christian. And I was persecuted as a Christian for many, many years. Christians were persecuting me. It wasn't very nice. It's okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
I'm Muslim, sorry.
Well, I was born Jewish, but you can still love Jesus.
I love Jesus, I press him on my heart.
He did not persecute you.
No, people did.
Doesn't matter, people aren't him. He
Thank
loves
you.
you. He will never leave you.
I know. God bless you, sister. God bless you. What did you say again? What did I say? What did I say again now?
It was in terms of your objective,
yes, so
or what you're trying to
basically,
achieve by all of this.
I used to be a Christian for many years, and people persecuted me as a Christianity.
Yeah.
They touch people, they judge people, they're drinking, they're smoking, all these mental things. But you see, last year, our great God Allah said, Sandra, you're going to get married. So I got married in Africa last year. So I never seen my life from Facebook. And he's a beautiful man, he's a police officer, he's a sergeant. And you know something now? Being a Muslim is one of the most beautiful things you can bring in your life. He gives you good heart, gives you good soul. I am coming to London, I come on the streets. I pray on the streets to our great God Allah. When people are sick, God gives me their hands for healing. I'm a healer from God. People have had cancer and I touch and pray for them, God has taken it away. When people have had strokes, they took it away. Last week, I was here last week, there was a lady in a wheelchair. And I had to pray for her in a wheelchair, just right here last week.
Yeah.
And I got her out the wheelchair and she walked, and she walked, and she walked, and she could not walk before.
I remember I got that on live stream, and a lot of my viewers are very sceptical of the fact that she was able to walk after.
No,
was
wasn't.
she able to walk beforehand? Because if you try to convince my viewers, they'd be very
Listen, guys,
curious about
all
it.
I can say is convince you. My name is Mariam Cisse, Nana Sandra Wilson. And I want to say to you is, I am going worldwide because our Allah God is making me go worldwide. I am the healer for the whole world. I am going to Africa next month to work in Banjul hospitals for sick people, sick patients. So I'm going to go more worldwide than I'm going to Nigeria, than I'm going to China. Because our great God Allah is the Messiah and He's a healer of the whole world. And this is why I'm here today supporting Muslim people. They are the best ones. They are the right way to our great God. All your blessings are from great God Allah. All the blessings from great God Allah. It's the only one, the Messiah one. He has got a good heart, a good soul. He knows all His people. He's saying, guys, get on the right path. Get onto my path. Not Christianity, not Mormons, not Jewish witnesses, none of them. Come on to the Muslim side and a strong side. Muslims are the strong side. Listen, guys, if you want power of prayer, my name is Sandra Wilson, but my Muslim name is Mariam Cisse. I am a healer from God, and Allah God loves you all. Allah God loves you all. If you come and pray to Him and bow your head down to Him, He will bless your marriage, He bless your soul, He bless your children, He bless your family, He does everything. Listen, guys, Allah God is the only way to heaven. He's the only number one. It's Allah God. You must trust Allah God. He is the only way to paradise in this world right now. It's Allah God. And He bring me to London here to His work. When I walk around in the streets, I pray for people, and people have been sick, and now being blessed, and now they're free from their sins. Listen, guys, I'm a healer from great God. I'm Messiah Allah, as a Muslim.
One of my viewers said, you're in a mission.
I am.
That is very evident, in my opinion.
Yes, because you see, God is love. God wants His people to come back to Him. People persecute God, and people say Muslims are like Jesus. We love Jesus Christ. Muslims love Jesus Christ with all their hearts. They love Jesus. They love Jesus. But Jesus is a prophet from God. He's a prophet from God. Jesus Christ is not the Son of God. He's a prophet from God. You have to pray to our great God Allah. He's the only one. He can heal you. He makes you free. He cleanses all your body. He sets all your sin for free. Believe me, guys. Come to Allah God. He's the only one who loves you in this world. Don't pray to Jesus Christ. No. You can love Him, but don't pray to Him. Pray to great God Allah. He's the only one in this world right now to your next world. People are dying every day.
How do you think people would be really convinced by what you're saying? I have to be impartial here on stream. I don't side with anyone.
No.
If you're going to be impartial, leave it to me.
No,
I mean, I'm the one interviewing.
No, sorry.
Unless you two want a word each on camera, and you, of course, you like a second on the camera. What are your thoughts on this?
Okay.
Like, what's the mask you're wearing as well?
How do you know Allah is the one?
How do I know? I'm going to Allah to wait because I was a Christian.
No, I know it from. That's how it begins.
Yes.
When you talk,
because when I pray to Allah God.
No. How do you know Allah is the God, the one?
Because Allah's in my heart. Allah is in my heart. Allah's in my soul. Allah speaks to me. Allah's the best teacher ever. Allah is the best teacher ever.
So what
That's what I know.
What is in your heart? What is in your heart?
My heart has got joy, love,
So
and
it's
faith.
then it's Allah. You just said Allah is in my heart.
Allah is in my soul, He's in my eyes, in my body.
What is Allah then?
Allah is God, the
So
Messiah.
Allah is in your heart.
Yes,
You
He's
live
in
your
all
heart.
our hearts.
No.
Allah is in all our hearts. All of us.
You said Allah is in my heart.
Yes, Allah's in my heart, in my soul, yes.
What is it? What is Allah?
It's love, it's peace,
So
and
then
it's
call
joy.
love then. Then why don't you say love? Love is in my heart.
But I'm talking about Allah God. Allah's His name. Our God, our Lord is Allah, the only one.
How do you know that?
Because He gives me love. When I pray, I go like this to Allah. I love you. I love you. I love you. When I do this to Allah God, He loves me more. And He gives me joy and peace in my heart. Because it's in my heart. Allah God is in my heart. It's in my soul. And I stand with my Allah God all the way. No Christians, no Mormons, no Jews, nobody no. Only Allah God is number one in this world right now.
What is in your heart?
Allah God is in my heart. He lives in my soul. He made me. He created me. I love Him to bits. He's number one. Go.
How do you know that?
Because I feel Allah in my heart. What more can I tell you?
You have one reason or many reasons in believing Allah.
Do you know something? Allah is going
Do you have one reason or many reasons in believing Allah?
What do you mean?
You believe in Allah, yeah?
Yes, I do.
You must have reasons.
Yes.
Okay, one reason.
I tell you why.
One moment.
I smoked for over 20, excuse me, I smoked for 20 years cigarettes, I smoked. And one day, I prayed to my great God. And I said, God, tell me to take nicotine out of my body. Wipe it clean out of me. The next day, I stopped smoking.
God stopped you.
God healed me.
How?
He took it away next day, it was gone.
How? Demonstrate that.
Smoking cigarettes.
So what did you do? You put the cigarette aside.
He came to my body, he cleansed my body.
Okay.
He made me new, brand new.
So you experienced Allah.
Yes, Allah is the only way.
Can you demonstrate that?
Give me your hands, I'll show you.
No, your experience, not my experience. Your experience.
Of what? What like?
You experienced Allah, you said.
Allah is love, there's joy, is faith in your hands. Can I pray for you?
No, please.
Can I pray for
Do
you?
you have one reason or many reasons?
Can I show you?
Please.
Can I show
Thank
you
you very
Allah
much for your
God?
time today on camera.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I show you?
He is risen far above
Yeah, all the YouTubers. All the YouTubers. No, basically.
keeping that as a souvenir.
Streamers.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, like small streamers came together just to have a view of the peak. I'm an independent journalist, so this is my job. Do you want some time on camera? Like, on interview? You want an interview on camera? Okay, so do you come to Speaker's Corner regularly then, yourself?
Yes, I have been coming now about, altogether about 7-8 weeks. I don't come every Sunday, but I started coming about 7-8 weeks ago. This is April the 9th, 2023, and the last time I came here was March 2022.
Interesting. And what do you think of the atmosphere here as a woman? Are you able to speak, express your views? Because this is very dominated by religious people nowadays, rather than many years ago, supposedly. It used to be less divide there. What's your take on all of that?
Well, it's very important to speak the truth. I am a born-again Christian. I am speaking this truth. I talk to people face to face. I listen to all the Christian preachers also, and I meet my brothers and sisters in Christ right here. So I'm trying to teach the people that Jesus is real, that Jesus is God. He is the light of the world. He is the Prince of Peace. He is the Creator, the beginning and the end, and how He's transformed my life. you know. And when I came out of the rehab 16 years ago, I stopped taking cocaine. I stopped getting drunk. I studied the Bible, and then I became a born-again Christian in the name of Jesus. I was baptized from the head to the feet, and then I had visions and dreams of Jesus and the angels. It's just been amazing.
And you're here on a sunny day, on an Easter Sunday. What's your main objective coming down here as a Christian? Do you preach, or do you just listen to all sides of the argument, as one would say?
Yeah, well, basically I go where the Christian preachers are. I do listen to the Muslim preachers, conspiracy theorists, speakers, all different people, you know, listen to what they have to say. And then I love to tell people about Jesus, the Holy Bible, and we focus at the end of the Bible, the book of Revelations. We focus on that. So I'm telling them Jesus loves them all. Jesus is real. Jesus loves all of them. Every man, every woman, every child, all around the world. You know, I want them to learn the truth. I want to teach them the truth, which is the Holy Bible.
And would you like anything else to say to the camera about this space as a whole? Do you feel like there's a bit?
It's a beautiful day. The sun is shining. I love the trees. I love the flowers. Don't you? And I'm here meeting my brothers and sisters in Christ. They're great people. This is my good friend Billy. He's amazing. We love him.
Hi, Billy. Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank
God
you very
bless
much for your time
everyone.
today.
And
You can
guys.
see my YouTube channel. I'm a freelance.
I can't do that.
I guess you'll remember the name. I mean, I'm impossible on camera, so I don't express any viewpoint because I cover everything.
Special honor for this is a special honor for all of us. That was a special honor for us that he became a man.
I was just like, coming to read it. That's not a problem. Speakers. Don't camera today. Speakers. Why? Oh, we've got a camera now. Here we go. One. And I'll say nothing about the illegal subjects today.
No, it's fine. I'm on Odyssey today, so you can...
Oh, well, there we go. So I like them.
YouTube and Odyssey, so a bit of both.
Hey!
Yeah.
Yeah, so far away.
Odyssey for 1 cent.
Should Donald Trump be put on trial? I mean, not by the standards of any normal politics, after all. You know, Joe Biden, the Clintons, the Bushes, the Tony Blairs. So it's clearly a political campaign because they don't like the fact that it's not normally part of the status quo, if you like. Yeah, I'd start again. Thank you very much. Not normally part of the status quo. And so because of that, he's been, you know, he's still a maverick in the eyes of the establishment in America, and a maverick who, at least in the sense that he has billions at his disposal, he might not behave the way they want, is a threat to interest groups which have very, very strong, powerful influence over society. So big pharma, big tech, the normal representatives of the ruling class of the United States of America do not feel happy with Donald Trump. So they prefer to have Joe Biden and the normal political goons who can be like puppets, just replace one with another. That's as simple as that.
So what you're saying is we just carry on shooting children in schools?
They went to a war, killed people everywhere.
No, now they like George Bush.
They want to come back again.
Who? George Bush.
Tony. Well, all you're saying is, well, I mean, thank you for supporting what I'm saying, because you're saying that basically there are clones, and we've seen these clones in. All right, we've seen these clones. You get your speech in a minute. We've seen these clones in the pandemic period. Jacinda Ardern, Emmanuel Macron, Nicola Sturgeon, let's hope she doesn't go to prison.
Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau, all good, honest politicians. They look the part, they dress the part, they behave the part, they talk the part. They're perfect actors. And that's what we have. Actors who appear to be politicians, who talk the talk, having been trained how to talk, not at Speaker's Corner, but somewhere else, in training schools, generally the sort of corporate training schools that train people to convince you that taking poison is good for you. Being enslaved is a great thing. And they're protecting you and your children and your children's children from all sorts of deadly threats that'll destroy them, that'll kill them, that'll crush them, that will make them disease-ridden, that will ruin the planet, ruin the animals, kill the polar bears, kill the humans, kill your granny. And the best way to get around this is to behave yourself, accept that these clever and educated people with smart suits, with posh accents, with clever language, that they are your saviours. They are your leaders, after all. Leaders who've been trained and educated to promote, to campaign, and to sell, as they said with Tony Blair, to sell the product to you. The product is whatever they want to move at any particular moment. It changes as the wind blows. One moment it's Pfizer pox. The next minute it's what? Who's back? You're back. You're back with Tony Blair again. Tony Blair. What's Tony Blair got to do with? Look, we've had enough of him. We don't want to talk about it, think about it.
Now.
Oh, right. Oh, you're anti-Starmer, are you? Oh, you're for paedophiles, are you? Hey!
Yeah, like fuck.
Well, that's what they're saying. They're saying Rishi Sunak is a pedo protector. Why are they saying that?
So's the Met Police.
Huh?
So's the Met Police, full of pedos, full of misogynists.
Well, this is why they're saying it. This is why they're saying it. Because people like this, with an accent like that, who doesn't sound like Jacinda Macron or Justin, what's his name? Justin Sturgeon, doesn't sound like them. That he said, it slips off his tongue quite easily. He goes, pedo, blah, blah, right? And that's why you now need, that's why Keir Starmer has got himself a load of psychoanalysts and psychobots to sit in front of him and say, what might get the working class on our side? If we use the word pedo about the Prime Minister, then it might gradually echo and seep down into the subconscious of the population, and in that way strengthen Keir Starmer, regardless of whether or not people think he's an arsehole. And therefore it might improve his position in the red belt in north of England. It's literally as simple as that. He's got these psychoanalysts and psychological behavioural insights experts who've advised him to come out with his claptrap in order to make a story in the news where they can double down Emily Thornberry, doubling down. She's even got Thorn in her name. Doubling down Emily Thornberry. She's so tough. She's so mighty. She's so strong. She's so anti-pedo, because it doesn't matter, you know, whether the pedo story is true or not, as long as they're the ones shouting it. That's the idea. Because it's the insanity of modern politics that has got nothing to do with the issues they're talking about. So for 2.5 years, they had experts on television. Chris Tweedy, Neil Ferguson, who were the other one? Patrick Vallance. They'd come on the telly, stand on a rostrum, have a slide and tell you all about the slide, while you stay at home with a mask on your face, washing your hands all the time and fearing you're going to die any minute. And that they did to the whole world. Chuck the dust in everybody's eyes while they robbed the entire planet. The poorest on the earth were robbed and the wealthiest on the earth were enriched. The biggest companies in the world gained wealth and the poorest companies in the world were wiped out. All in the name of protecting you against a microbe. And now they say, well, the Chinese are to blame. You know, that's the reason why they got about China. It's got nothing to do with Taiwan. Nothing to do with Taiwan. Oh, we really love Taiwan. We're going to go over there and fight. Send volunteers to fight the chinks. That's the idea they want to make out. But of course, ultimately it's because they know in the background all the fears of the last 3 years were started up with a story about China. In China they eat bats. Remember that? That's how it started. The fucking Chinese eat bats. Remember that? And that's why you're all locked up for 3 years. Because they eat bats. They're not even human, those Chinese. And that's where all this came from. And of course, the fact that they found SARS-CoV-2 in Italy, the virus in Italy in the summer of 2019, which unfortunately is a little bit before Wuhan, of course, doesn't come into the story. And so they don't tell you, only like fringe channels, like Dr. John Campbell, who started out as a pandemic supporter, like myself actually, by the way.
Yes.
Like myself, and I admit it. Any human being who's unable to admit the mistakes they made is not worth a piece of shit. Not worth a piece of shit. What's the use of a person if they can never admit when they made a mistake? What's the use? And that's what we've got. People who claim they're omnipotent. They are God. They never make a mistake ever in their lives. Nor do they apologise for the mistake they made. Well, except for John MacDonald, who apologises for mistakes he never made and demands that your brother apologises for the mistakes that John MacDonald says he never made and says he made. And then he makes out, oh, I'm king of the castle now. John MacDonald the lefty. I'm the real lefty. Where are these people? John MacDonald was in bed or with a group of about 20, 30 MPs who claimed they were supporting Jeremy Corbyn, right? Where are they now? Yeah? Where are they? He's prohibited from standing in the... He's got a 27,000 majority in Islington North and he can't stand for the Labour Party. What a bloody joke. And then they don't even, whether you support the Labour Party or not, is irrelevant. It's about the fundamental principles of whether the political parties in this country actually represent any democratic elements at all. We have no democracy in this country. And they tell you about China. Oh, they're all locked down there. They were less locked down than they were here. We were locked down more than they were in China. All this bullshit they talk about. We were locked down for longer and more than they were in China. And there was no vaccine mandate, by the way. No vaccine mandate in China. And they didn't try out new types of technology on the people, unlike our kids here, many of whom are getting all sorts of problems from this strange thing they introduced to people's bodies over the last couple of years in the name of saving you from microbes in the air, coming through your mask, so you all go nuts. By the way, some of these people, there's the women protesting over there. I wasn't onto this, I admit, I wasn't on it. I didn't understand what they were talking about for a long time. But then I saw these nutcases come up here last week, dressed in masks, or 2 weeks ago, dressed in masks, wearing like this, dark glasses on, screaming and shouting through megaphones at people and saying, fascist, 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 because we don't support them chopping off their genitals. I mean, if it's female genital mutilation, the Western powers always scream, my God, female genital mutilation in Chad, send in the army, right? When they female genital mutilation in England, or male genital mutilation in England, they're all cheering it on. Oh my God, we're so frigging liberal. Chop off the dick, now you're a girl. Chop off the woman's...
It's against the law. Like, if you know that someone's taking their child...
It's not against the law. They're doing it all over the place. I read in the news the other day that in 2022, 5,000 kids, school kids, have applied to change their gender, which means they're preparing. I don't have any problem saying. I've got a brother who says he's a girl, right? I don't have a problem, right? I don't have a problem. But if someone turns around and says, I'm a girl, therefore I have the rights of a girl, or if someone says, I dress this way and therefore I've got the right to barge into that place, I don't have a problem with someone dressing however they want either. I couldn't give a shit how someone dresses. I couldn't give a shit if someone wears makeup or not. I couldn't give a shit if someone wears a burqa or not. I couldn't care less what someone wears. Why should anybody care less what someone wears? But if you then turn around to little kids and say, take these estrogens, in other words, medicalise the behaviour and the treatment of human beings, turn them into mentally ill people by giving them drugs, telling them by giving them drugs, you're changing their sex, you are talking nonsense, and then multiplying that by chopping off their genitals. Well, that's genital mutilation. And they're proposing, and apparently, the majority of those 5,000 kids in 2022 who wanted to do that are girls wanting to become boys. You see the result. I mean, I can't say it's exact correlation, but look at that one the other day. They said someone in the United States, I think it was Nashville, went into a school, shot up a load of kids, and that was someone who was transitioning from a woman to a man. And then they called her a man in the news. And all the newspapers were very careful in the way they wrote the man. Right? It's clearly not a man, is it? Didn't even look like a man, like. Looked like someone with a fat thing on the back of the head, and they shot him dead. machine gunned them dead or shot them dead, and they shot a lot of kids, you know. Now, in and of itself, that's not proof that that's what's causing such a thing, but certainly the psychological disorders created by the medical profession, by Big Pharma, are more significant than the diseases we would naturally suffer if we had no bloody medicine. That's the truth about it. Many people told me over the years we shouldn't take vaccinations at all. I mean, I'm not allowed to say this on YouTube, so I won't say it.
We're on Odyssey, so it's fine.
I know, but we're also on YouTube.
Yeah.
I
normally private my streams.
You know, some people say that you shouldn't take a lot of these medicines at all. I tend to think, after long consideration, discussion of these things. I mean, when I was a kid, they just gave us vaccines. We didn't ask or think about. Parents didn't ask. Actually, I was an exception in one way, is that we found a little certificate from when I was a tiny kid, and my doctor, my GP in England, Worcester Park, he had written a little thing out and said, Heiko Koo is exempt from smallpox vaccination because of eczema, right? So at that time, the doctors used to at least have a little bit of subtlety. You know, there was a story in the Chinese media, in the Western media about China a couple of days ago. I think it was The Guardian, might have been Telegraph, and it was a Chinese person in China reporting for them. And then they said, horror of horrors. One of their relatives had had a number of officials burst into the house of their elderly relative and turn around to the elderly relative and say, you cannot have a vaccination. They burst into the house in order to tell this person that they shouldn't have a vaccination for COVID. Even though that vaccination, by the way, is an inactivated virus. Because in China, the general attitude of the doctors has been, if you're elderly, you're vulnerable, you're weak, and if we inject you, we might cause some more harm than good. And therefore, nearly half of the Chinese over 60s refuse the vaccinations. And those vaccinations, by the way, are traditional vaccinations. Not this shit they've been jumping in to our children and the whole population in Britain. Not this stuff that's been causing myocarditis, been causing pericarditis, been causing autoimmune attacks throughout the bodies of people across the entire planet. Not this mRNA experiment that is still, by the way, an experiment. And now they're going to withdraw it. I think so. I think they're going to withdraw the experiment. When they withdraw the experiment, that doesn't mean they withdrew the technology. Look at The Guardian yesterday. Front headline, mRNA will save you from cancer and everything else. So what they've done is, under the Trojan horse of protecting you against COVID-19, that cold you can get in the winter, and that kills some people, just like all colds and all flus, a heavy cold season kills just as many people as COVID-19 did. And in many countries, far more people than COVID-19 did. There was a study by the WHO, John Ioannidis, January 2021, in the World Health Official Bulletin, that showed from a global meta-study that death rate from COVID-19, infection fatality rate, was no higher than seasonal flu. So all the evidence came in one after another. And yet, when the evidence came in, they wrote to my mum. She told me yesterday, the local doctor wrote to my mum, text messages again and again and again, now, telling her to go for an injection. But she told me when she took the first one, which I tried to dissuade her, but all her mates were saying, take it, save the world. And then she told me that she and her friends all turned around and said, we've got long Pfizer. Long Pfizer, not long COVID, long Pfizer. In other words, your body has been weakened. Your immunity has been weakened because you've been taking the mRNA vaccinations. Now, these aren't secrets anymore. They're well known. All the studies are done. But of course, they showered us with bullshit. Did you know that you talked about this, they spoke about that over there as well. Science has been perverted and turned into an industry serving the wealthiest and most powerful corporations in the world, both in climate, so-called science, climate science. They used to say global warming. and they used to put him on telly. When I was a kid, I remember this Wurzel Gummidge creature coming on the television and saying, it's going to turn into an ice age. And I even wrote a poem about it when I was at school. The Ice Age man is going to come on telly. Right? And then a few years later, they said it was global warming. It's getting so frigging hot. I remember 1976. 1976 was really hot. Am I right? 76. 76 was really hot. And then I remember some really shitty. I mean, this is the location as well. It's not the whole world. It's not everywhere in the world. You don't know what the temperature is everywhere. And how much has that changed? Through building, construction, industrialisation, urbanisation. How much does the temperature change when you build roads, schools, hospitals, buildings? Of course the temperature changes. So where you're measuring decides the question. And then they turn around and say, oh, it's not climate change, it's not global warming, it's climate change. And then they moved on, oh, because the weather changes. It might get hot, might get cold, might get good, might get bad. That means it's changing. What frigging weather doesn't change? It was cold this morning, it's warm now, it'll be fucking freezing tonight, right? That we know. And it's going to be shit this April in England, likely, can't come from Rome, likely, because it's always shit in England in April. It was shit last month, it was shit the month before, it was shit the month before, it was shit the month before that. But they call that, whenever there's a shit weather, whenever there's a storm, a lot of rain, a lot of cloud, a lot of sun, they want to complain about everything. I mean, I know the English people complain about the weather. We're famous for it. But this is getting ridiculous. They have a storm, and they turn around and say, well, every single article about the storm will include a paragraph, compulsory paragraph, that says global warming is causing the change in the climate, which means that adverse weather events are going to affect us. That was hot. It was hot last summer. It was. A couple of days I had trouble sleeping. It was that hot. So what? You go to Morocco, you know, things like that. You go to Saudi Arabia, you know, things, and everyone wants to go to Dubai now and sit in a bloody air-conditioned building and go shopping there, right? And then they say, oh, that's global, and you all want to go on holiday. You know, don't go on holiday to Scotland, do you? Despite the attempts of the Scottish Tourist Board. You don't go to the Outer Hebrides. That's why they're so friggin' empty, because no one wants to go there. You go to Spain, you go to Turkey, you go to Thailand, because you want to sit in the sun. That's not going to change, because some nerd turns around and says the weather's fucked and you shouldn't get hot. It's not going to change, right? So what are they talking about? And then they tell you, oh, polar bear. A polar bear came into a town. That's because there's so many frigging polar bears now that they're eating human beings. They're eating human beings. Because of what? Then they have a picture of a polar bear on a piece of ice. Do you know how far a polar bear can swim? 400 miles. 400 miles. They can swim. You know, they go on about bloody people on little boats. They can swim 50 times back and forth without landing inside. Get both navies in a panic. You know, polar bears can't swim across the earth. Polar bears swim, that's what they do. Well, they can't swim to America, but they can swim part of the way. They can swim from Africa to Tenerife. Not that I've seen a polar bear in Tenerife, but they're good. Any case, where were we? Questions?
They don't come from Africa, either.
I know they don't come from Africa. It's a trick statement. If you've got one in Africa, it was transported there by a zoo. Now they want to close all the zoos, you know. Well, don't have a zoo because it's all the poor animals. Don't eat an animal, otherwise you're a monster. Now here's one of these vegan vegetarian types. I don't really agree with that either, but I mean, I accept your position. If you want to be a vegetarian, be a vegetarian.
I don't eat artificial.
Although I've noticed you've eaten ham when I've given to you. I've sneaked a bit of chicken in your food. I sneaked a bit of, and that's why he's alive today. Alive and kicking, based on fish, meat, and because that's how human brain developed. We developed historically. Maybe you don't need to eat it now, but we developed historically because we were able to kill animals and get the nutrition necessary for the development of the human brain. Maybe you don't need to eat it now. Maybe you can live a vegetarian diet. Much of India lives on vegetarian diet. Much of China lives on vegetarian. Piers Corbyn lives on vegetarian diet. It must be possible. And therefore, I don't attack the vegetarians, but where was I? Can't even remember. Artificial intelligence, that's what they're telling you now. Artificial intelligence is going to save the frigging world. It's going to make you all unemployed. Go on ChatGTP. Look up ChatGTP. It's going to take away your job. And some guy came over to me and said, I went on ChatGTP the other day and I looked up your name and I found out that you remember this group and that group, and you did this, you got expelled from that. And I went on ChatGTP. One lie after another. How do they make it up? Where do they make it up? It's one thing to say you ask a computer a question and it replies with some facts that are missing some information. It's another thing you go on to ChatGTP, you ask it a question and it comes back with a pack of lies. Literally a pack of lies. I asked it, I had a document, a web page. So refer to an old web page. I said, this document's on this web page. Can you summarise it for me? Because I thought that might be useful. Summarise some documents and give me a quotation from it. So I did that, and I challenge you to do the same thing. Might work, might not. And then I went on there, tried it, and it came back with this quote and a couple of paragraphs. I thought, well, that's cool. I could use it for all the documents I wanted to do. Like short summations, allow me insight, to allow me to discover more. That would be useful. And then I discovered, then I went back to the original document, the quotation they gave was not in the document. I said, where'd you get the quotation from? He said, oh, terribly sorry about that. I'm really sorry, I apologise. I apologise. A computer apologises. No. A computer, what it is all the lies they told you for the last 50 years, but in particular of the last 5, 10 or 2 years of the pandemic madness, all the lies they told you to incarcerate yourself at home with a mask on, shivering with fear and taking their experiments, all those lies were preparation to get you to believe every frigging nonsense that they put on these computers, that they input to them, and that they feed back to you as if it's truth. Remember how they said the scientific consensus says this, the scientific consensus says that. You must agree with the scientific consensus. Science has never been, can never be, will never be scientific consensus. Science is about questioning, testing, verifying and refuting a proposition, a theory. Without that, it is not science, it's gobbledygook, it's religion and it's lies. And that's what you've been spun, ladies and gentlemen. Not only to lock us all down, not only to psychologically manipulate us, not only to ruin people's brains and destroy their lives, destroy their families, destroy their hopes, destroy their joys, but in order to manipulate people, because they have a vision. These people, the wealthiest people in the world, they've got visions, they got plans, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, they have conspiracies. And these conspiracies involve control over humanity. The aim is ubiquitous and universal control over humanity. Know where you are, know what you're doing, know what you think, plan and sell you shit that's of no use to you, will destroy you and will ruin your life. That's the idea behind the entire thing. It's not even that they have to think, have one great guru sitting there saying, this is what we're going to do. On the contrary, they've got dozens and dozens of companies all working on one angle or the other. So if one gets knocked down, the other pops up. Another gets knocked down, the other pops up. That's their game. Tweedledee and Tweedledum must control the world. And then their aim is to have these Boston robotic computers looking like men or women or both, wandering around and offering you services. ChatGPT people come out their mouth, sounding like a woman, sounding like a man, sounding like a tranny. And then that ChatGPT will manipulate you, will inject you, will offer you medicine, will feed you, will clothe you, and we will be at the beck and call of robots. That's where they aim to be in 30 to 50 years, maybe even less. So that, ladies and gentlemen, has to be destroyed. And human beings, yes, us lots, have to take control over society ourselves, rather than allowing these psychopaths who control the world today to extend their power and control. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Shall I go there now? I'll, here. Yes, okay. Hello, hello, hello. So, hi, Cuckoo. Once again, a brilliant exposition of the state of the world. Quick round of applause for Hi, Cuckoo. He's listening. Well, we are in strange times in England. Indeed, the whole United Kingdom. Because around Europe, we have, well, almost revolutionary struggle. In France, in Germany, in Israel, in Holland, people are rising up against the tyranny of the World Economic Forum. But here, it's strangely quiet, but also very interesting. For example, we had 100 police here to defend the women's right to speak earlier, whereas 2 years ago, May the 16th, 2020, I was arrested right here for trying to speak in an assembly of more than 2 people and taken away by 40 police. So something has changed. I've been arrested 15 more times since then. Quick round of applause, please. But now things are strangely quiet. However, I think, let's look at what's going on. We got the pen open again. This is the protest pen outside Parliament, outside Downing Street, and Simon from Manchester's there. We put up loads of posters, and they've been allowed. We got one saying Medazzalam, Matt Hancock, all that stuff. But my car was stopped 3 times yesterday by 2 gangs of armed police, and another one by an ordinary policeman. And the third one, armed police wanted to inspect my vehicle to make sure it was roadworthy. But then they were very polite. Well done, Mr. Corbyn. And I even said, look, this car goes at 112 miles an hour. And he didn't say where and when and I'm going to arrest you. He sort of looked at me and I said unofficially. But they are being very quiet. Now it could be they are planning something big and preparing us, because they suddenly started talking about jabbing again. Jabbing 5-year-olds. Now this is utterly disgusting. If things had really changed, me, Haiku and others will be invited on television for them to apologise to us for lying. See, I was on TV 2 years ago saying it's conspiracy, this and that, denounced as a conspiracy theorist, but everything I warned of then turned out to be true. Yet, we're not invited on to have an apology. Instead, they have some, opportunist creep who they want to put between us and the movement, who will say one thing and do another. They are now desperate to head off the movement in all ways possible. And watch out for these tricksters. We'll come back to that, and I'm just going to go through what a point is about the women's movement. This women's movement now is so important because in all struggles in the past, when the women have moved, those struggles have blossomed. Women against pit closures in the miners' strike, tremendous. And there's many, many others since then. But when the women move, it means we can win. That's what I think. And we've got to win against the World Economic Forum tyranny move, which is about world control. And the trans agenda, which they're talking about over there, is really important in confusing people's identity, breaking up the working class. And I would say the World Economic Forum or its predecessors, such as the 1992 Global Earth Summit, right, that hatched the idea of upgrading council estates, all that sort of stuff. It wasn't to upgrade anything, it was to destroy working class communities. And everything they've been doing since then, in the name of climate, interestingly, has been to destroy working class strength for this moment now to destroy all your rights. That is what it is about, to destroy all your rights. And on the pollution issues, let's just have a look. The biggest thing going on now, and this could be the issue which unites the working class of Britain to uprise and defeat the tyranny. That is all this zoning stuff. The ultra-low emission zone and others. And the shutting down of cities in the name of being able to go shopping in 15 minutes. They'll change it to 15 seconds soon if you can go from a lift in Elephant and Castle to the ground and go into the shop there. But look, what nonsense are they talking about? They're saying for the ultra-low emission zone it's to save us from pollution. Well look, if you want to save us from pollution, note the fact that London is the cleanest it's ever been for 1,000 years. As a fact, they used to burn dung and everything. And if you want to defeat pollution, then let's deal with pollution, not stopping people moving around. The answer is you put catalytic converters in these old cars. It's easy. My old car, which is owned, by the way, £45,000 to Euless, and I'm not going to pay a penny. And I would rather go to prison. And we have a stack of bits of paper in my flat that high. All they're doing is sending me more demands because the whole thing is illegal. But anyway, back to pollution. Yes, so there is an answer. They tell us that diesel pollution is deadly and dangerous. Yet they're telling everyone to ride a bike next to all the diesel vehicles going up and down all these roads. This is a nonsense. If diesel's dangerous, you should ban bikes. Stop people riding bikes. Put bikers with masks on. Put them on buses, on the top floor of buses. It's cleaner up there. If they're serious about pollution, they should ban bikes. No, I'm not in favour of banning bikes. I support bikes, but I don't support empty bike lanes which are there to make traffic jams to justify control on the ULEZ. Is that a question, sir?
Yes.
It better be short.
Yeah, isn't the most polluted area in London on the London Underground?
Yes, the most polluted area in London is the London Underground, and you want to go there. That contains fried rats' shit. That's all there. If you want to breathe it, go there. There's a tube station there, and it's not far away. Okay, and the second thing is, about the pollution, they want to move it to simplify it, to pay per mile, they say. Look, we already pay per mile. You pay a tax on your petrol, that is a per mile charge. So all this stuff is complete nonsense. So the news is here, we're going to have another big rally on the 15th of April, Saturday, 12 o'clock, the south side of Trafalgar Square, against all zoning. So be there. Next thing to mention is the 17th. That is very important. Monday the 17th, Parliament Square, 12 noon. We're going to be there to call for the end of the World Health Organization, because there's an important bill in Parliament debating whether or not this country should follow the WHO treaty. Now that treaty is about alternative world government. And there's only a handful of MPs standing up because all the rest of them are bought and sold. They are traitors, traitors, traitors. And there is controlled opposition around now to try and keep people debating within the circus. They're desperate to keep us in the circus. We have, well, the Together organisation that was set up along with Nigel Farage and so forth, and the various parties, but they're anxious to keep you into the circus as opposed to revolutionary fight back where we take control of ourselves in our town halls. And we've got to have now action against every town hall on the ULEZ and all the other zonings. And eventually we will have to take over town halls ourselves. That may mean standing in elections, it might mean physically taking them over when the chips are down. But something could be being cooked up now. I mentioned what they're saying about jabbing children. And there's more and more talk about climate. They're obsessed with climate. So they could have a a deadly virus which has come to us because of climate change, and it can't even be jabbed against. Therefore, you've got to be locked up. There'll be lies and lies and lies. And what do we do when they call a new lockdown? We take to the streets. Take to the streets.
Take to the streets.
Thank you. Very good. Superb voice there. Haven't quite finished yet. Now there's some important things going on. We're going to have, and you will really like this, we're going to have a march for more CO2. The sign is behind you. We'll move that sign. There you are. Just change the date on it. On the 21st of April. Because the crazies who've taken over the churches are going to have a pilgrimage from a church in Southwark to Parliament, a pilgrimage to save the planet from climate change. So we're going to have our march at the same time, same place, marching for more CO2 and the truth on science. Because as Heiko mentioned, science has now been completely, well, science itself still exists, but what they teach in universities now is they give you degrees in stupidity. They give you lies. They teach people to believe the climate con when we know as a fact it is a lie. Because carbon dioxide levels follow changes in temperature. There's the graph. The green is the carbon dioxide, the red is the temperature, and you see the carbon dioxide level changes in the last 20,000 years happen after the changes in temperature. What they tell you in the schools is a lie, and they refuse to debate it. And it's only us in the movement that are fighting for objective evidence-based science. The Tory party, Liberal Democrats, the Greens, they are all scum squashing reality and science. And we know that's why they also support tyranny. Because all tyrannical regimes in the past, in order to put forward a false narrative, had to break democracy as well. Because if you have democracy, you can have debate. If you don't have democracy, you don't have debate. We know what happened in Germany before the war when they had the theory of the master race. They had to suppress democracy. In Russia, under Stalin, the Lysenko theory of inherited acquired characteristics, they had to suppress democracy. So the world control agenda, the destruction of science, tyranny are one and the same. Okay, I'm almost finished. So that is going to be Friday the 21st of April. Please be there. And the next day, Saturday the 22nd, we're going to be in Parliament Square, and I will be speaking on the rally to say not a penny to the Zelensky regime, because that game, of course, the Russians are forced into what they did to defend Russian-speaking people against murder, but for us it is a game to control you. Like the climate con isn't to control, the laws are not to control climate, they're to control you. On the war con, again, it's a story to make you pay. To make you pay more for your fuel. And that has to be defeated. So, I think I will end there and just say that beware of controlled opposition all over the place. GB News are that. If you've got any time, phone up GB News, ITV, any of them. Phone up Piers Morgan and say, why don't you have Piers Corbyn back here to admit to him that you lied 2 years ago. Anyway, we will press on. In the end, though, I want to thank all alternative media, because without them, we would be completely in a mess. We are getting through, we can win, we will win, and I think by the summer we will have some sort of really big actions on ULEZ and all this stuff. And we have to, well, do you want to block any roads? We may block any roads, who knows, but I think I will end by, you notice this t-shirt is the clean one. And it's got a mistake on as well, you see, an exclamation mark. This is the t-shirt I wore when I was in Trafalgar Square and David Icke eulogised me and said that I was something close to the saviour. This is the t-shirt. Okay. Resist! Defy! Do not comply! Resist!
Define, do not comply. Resist, define, do not comply.
Thank you.
And please, people, we desperately need money for leaflets. Take leaflets
I mean, I wouldn't
and give money. You want to hold up the box?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Here's the box collector.
I know, I can't express my views, but...
There's no such thing as impartiality. You're pointing the camera here and not anywhere else.
Thank you,
well,
so you've chosen to come here.
Well, I have went to go with religious people. I interviewed this woman because I do a lot of King's Gods videos. I go around the place. What's your name?
Carl.
Louis, yeah, I'm an independent, so that's my channel. I film everything. Yeah,
do you have a YouTube?
YouTube and TikTok. I got about nearly 35,000.
Well, I mean, what it personally, what you want?
I wouldn't want to express on camera, that's the thing. I just film everything I come across. I see the religious people there, Ukrainian guy, Palestinians, just all sorts of things that my viewers would be interested in.
Do you know this idea of impartiality? What do you think of it? Do you think it's really achievable, or is it, do you think we should be a bit more honest? We're human beings. Our biases. I really respect that you're trying to listen to a lot of people.
Because I go and meet all sorts of people, it helps with social skills.
Look, for example, BBC claims to be impartial. They've been
Well, they're very much different. So myself, just film what I like. I don't gaslight or tell them. I just say what's there. I might just go film the religious people for a bit. Maybe speakers there.
Another alternative. We used to have a channel outside of everything. So they were the major. They kind of did what you're doing. So maybe you could like take a look from them. Because he was very similar. He used to film everything. Like
actually, because I mainly don't have on TikTok, but I largely just show people what's going on.
How was it? What happened? Was anything interesting happening?
All the police.
I do want to challenge you.
Do you want to be on camera and we can have impartiality?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on impartiality?
Well, I just want to know, do you think it's possible?
Here. I think it is very possible because I go around London and film all these events across the UK. But what's your view on that?
No, I mean,
if you want to tell my viewers.
I like I think we should all seek after truth, try not to let our emotions dictate our viewpoint, use reason, logic, I get it. I just think impartiality, it's a bit of a... If it's some kind of very loose ideal you're using to try and enhance your journalism or your street journalism, alternative journalism, fine. If you think it's actually possible, then I have to take issue with that. Because for the simple reason, your camera has to be focused on one thing at a time. You can't focus on everything all the time. That's
true.
You, by necessity, have to use your decision making to say, well, I'm going to film that right now and not that. You went to a anti-tough rally, or it was a rally against Posey Parker?
Well, no, I went to both, so that was...
You saw both sides, right?
Yeah, I saw both sides, but there was mainly the Posey Parker group over there.
And how do you edit your footage? I mean, do you edit...
I live stream shots there. I don't really edit, I mainly post short clippings on TikTok, so you can see my channel.
So how do you decide which clippings to show and which not to show?
Whatever what would appeal to my audience or the viewers in terms of that, but whatever it is, that's interesting because I wouldn't want to bore my viewers on TikTok because people's attention span is only about 5-10
So do you base a lot of your decisions on how to get as many viewers as possible? Is that something you pay attention to?
Because I don't want to bore them, I need to service my subs what they're interested in. So if they want to see a Palestinian rally or something kicking off, I'd show that to them.
I just can't help but remember the way the BBC was accused of being unimpartial by at least one study, which found that they tend to invite business leaders onto their interview shows a lot more than trade union leaders. They tend to be quite biased in favour of that. There was even one study, I think it was done by the University of Cardiff, found that BBC, more than any other news outlet, including ITV and Channel 4, supported the Iraq War, which led to the death of like hundreds of thousands of people at a minimum, right? So, the issue of impartiality is really important. And I think if you're going to say you're impartial and then you don't behave that way, you've got a lot to answer for as a journalist, especially if you're getting, let's say, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people listening to you. I don't know how many people. Do you not think it's a good idea to be open about your bias and not to sort of assume that you're not, you kind of are, you're thrust into this the way I am, the way everyone is. You have to take a side.
But with the streaming, I do sort of see where you're coming from, because I did start with the anti-lockdown rallies, but then ever since I broadened my base, went to other demonstrations. I filmed Ukraine, I filmed Palestine, all sorts. But
this guy's doing great work. Like and subscribe to Louis' channel, another alternative.
Very good having you on the live stream today. Would you like to say anything to the camera, like what you do at Speaker's Corner? What do you normally preach about?
Another time. I'll meet you guys again soon. My name's Carl. We'll have a great discussion.
Thank you.
Peace and love to everybody out there.
We should
have a lovely Easter.
Of course. I think we should definitely, Carl, I'd be more than happy to do more formal, longer interview.
I don't have any money on me. I'm really sorry. I feel really bad now. Do you want it back? Do you want the leaflet back? That's my ladder you used today, so I think take that as payment.
If you want,
I'll let you borrow my ladder because Heiko had his ladder stolen. So yeah, God bless everyone.
If you want, I'll be more than happy to sometime on a Sunday. We can sit down with chairs, set the camera up like this, and probably have a proper discussion. Because my viewers will probably love that. Good meeting. Yeah, take care. So we're currently broadcasting live. Speaker's Corner, so I just interviewed one of the speakers. Yeah, I'll just film Nick, turn the camera around.
Because I let Heiko borrow it.
Thank you very much. Nick, I mean, I'm changing the style a bit with my journalism, so I'm going more in front of the camera now.
Hey people, listen to the song. Seven Oaks, listen. The song. He's going to give us a song. So, just to explain, this is a song about weather action. Which is my company that does long-range weather forecasting and is the most advanced in the world. And I know this because we've had unofficial meetings with people who admit it. Let's just say no more. But Nicholas has done a fantastic song.
Thank you.
So, over to Nicholas.
Over to Nicholas. Thank you.
Silence in court, please.
Come rain, come shine, be it cloudy or fine, Piers Corbyn's the one at weatheraction.com. Winds blow hot or cold, weather's future foretold. Piers Corbyn's the one at weatheraction.com. His success rate is high, man-made climate deny. Piers Corbyn's the one at weatheraction.com. Forecasts with long range predict temperature change. Piers Corbyn's the one at weatheraction.com. If you want a good deal at a price that's a steal, Piers Corbyn's the one at weatheraction.com.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much for that. That was wonderful, mate. Cheers. Would you like to say stuff to the camera, or maybe a quick? What were your thoughts on the rally that was taking place earlier over there?
Over there.
Yes. The Let Women Speak rally. What are your thoughts on that today? Do you feel like it was successful?
I wasn't there.
You weren't there?
No, but I did watch a bit of it on live stream. You know, but it's amazing that the what is it? 2 weeks ago when there was some what do they call it?
TRA. Yeah, they came into the
activists and they with umbrellas and everything poking them around. They've by doing that it's sort of backfired on them because not only have people got further against those people, but it's boosted the feminists or whatever. What are they?
I think the Let Women Speak.
Let Women Speak. That's what I want to say. Let Women Speak crowd is much more boosted, and they've got extra protection now from us men.
Police. I counted about 40 SG vans and about 7 to 10 like normal vans, all surrounded, police forces everywhere. And it was very much a tense presence, but nothing much really kicked off. But what do you think of when the TRA came in the other week? Do you feel like they were trying to infiltrate us and defend the whole thing in that sort of sense?
Well, I remember 2 weeks ago when I saw Heiko on one of the live streams, and he wanted to defend, this place is for free speech. Of course, that's what Speaker's Corner is about. And then I saw the police guy saying, well, we've got to defend human rights or something, and he was almost supporting the TRA.
TRA, yeah.
Yeah, it gave that. So it was.
Do you feel like that was almost seen as an embarrassment afterwards? And then no wonder they had so many police here today, because they wanted to be seen as almost protecting the Let Women Speak group.
I think there was something when they knew which way the wind was blowing, then reacted accordingly.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Thank you for your time on camera. And would you like to say anything else to the camera here?
Come on the anti-ULEZ, anti-zoning rally at south part of Trafalgar Square on the 15th of April. I'll do a bit more singing hopefully there.
Oh, I've got to be there.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Morgan.
Got to be there about 6.
Thank you very much, Piers.
Thank you. Well done.
Take care. Yeah. See you in a bit. Just going to go around and see if there's any other debates film. I think Danny Shine's here, so see what he has to say.
He wasn't thinking about you. He was bashing out having a good time. Oi, he was trying to get out. It all. He wasn't intending for you to be born as a result of that. Come on, get over it. And he's done someone a lot better than you, my friend. Where you bastard. I don't know, do you like it? More moderate. Is it? Yeah. I know, but I'm you're mellowing within. No, but I'm speaking about the I've gone off the subject. It's a nice time. Oh, thank you very much. How did you get such a nice time? Some beds you're queer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to get back to this, I'm sure many of you would be horrified to know that 420,000 women were impregnated accidentally in 2021. Right? It is what it is. Oh, really? How would you like to be impregnated accidentally? You wouldn't mind? Oh, really? You wouldn't mind? Really? What do you know about pregnancy? What do you know about pregnancy? Well, no, I don't. No, I'm not a woman, but I've done a bit of research. I've done a bit of research on what pregnancy involves and what the risks are. He don't even care. Oh, yeah, I'll sleep with a woman. I don't care, right? Have you had unprotected sex? What? You're not? You've never done it? You have? What the hell do you think you were doing? It's a disgrace. You're a disgrace. You should be ashamed of yourself. Seriously, I'll tell you something. In my opinion, this guy should be given a criminal record for grievous bodily harm. Right? Just so he can have a nice little feeling, because he wanted to have a nice little feeling for 5 seconds. He knocked some poor girl up. He's not planned. He's a human being. What? He's a human being. He's not planned. He's an animal. He's just an animal. Basically, he's inhumane. He's inhumane because he has no humanity in him. He doesn't care about the woman that's being knocked up. But let's be honest. Why don't we think about what it might be like for a woman to be impregnated accidentally? It's a horrible thing.
Have you asked your wife?
Yeah, I haven't asked my wife because it wasn't an accident. Yes, I don't think she'd be very happy. I don't think she'd be very happy at all. And why would anybody be happy? Nobody would be happy if they're impregnated accidentally. So we've got to change this whole story. What you don't understand is that sex is a scam. And anybody who falls for it is being scammed. Ejaculation is for pussies, for people who can't control themselves. I'm not anti-abortion, I'm anti-impregnation. You understand? These guys are going around having unprotected sex with women and they don't care because they're inhumane. They're just animals. They're like dogs. They're like the dogs. They don't care about the consequences of their actions. But you can really hurt a woman. She can be damaged from the birth. You can hurt the child might be ill. Or she might have to have an abortion, which is a surgical procedure that has some dangers and can have traumatic psychological effects on the woman. And yet you're going, what? Listen, Mum, it's your fault that I'm here. That's my mother. Why didn't you take precautions? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's how traumatized I am. My own mother denies that she's my mum.
Why didn't you take precautions? Why didn't you take precautions when you were with my dad? Why are you speaking to an old woman like that, man? She's my mum. She's been denied. This is the type of trauma that I've had to deal with. My own mother has been denied she's my mum since I was a young kid.
Wait, I thought you said your mum died. You're a liar, Mr. Speaker. You're a liar. Liar.
Oh no. No, I'm not a liar. This is called, what's it called again? Theatrical.
Oh, dramatic effect.
Dramatic, no, license. It's a license. Artistic license.
The follow of the jail of Jesus, the follow of Jesus, they are different. But these people, what are they? You see them everywhere. I tell you, they are here. I see them. They can't see me now. They can't see me now. They can't see me, bro. I see them. La ilaha illallah. Thank you. I think you the first thing. No, she says she's fine. Oh my God. Anytime. So this is what we're talking about all, believe me. All people, they talk nonsense. They come, they sing their religion, they do all this. This is why we are a problem in this world. Those people, the sheikhs, he put the lihya, he clean the street. The top is here, Qamis. Munafiq bin munafiq, yes. You know him, but you can't talk. But the day of judgment, when he come and he say, oh, I told this man, he's the devil, bro. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I'm tired now, bro. You know, I want to drink water now. I'm fasting. Allah is here now. No. I want to go to take a relax, bro. I want to go to my place. Yeah.
Why? The reason is when you combine, so there will be no changes. There will be no different versions. This is one of them.
I was ready to be against you, but the minute you said UFO,
The truth is that you are here because your mum and dad wanted to have a little bit of hanky-panky. Planned, give me a break. Number one, it's... What? Yeah, right, okay, number one, but it's not bad if you don't want humans. I mean, I don't particularly. I mean, why would you? Do you? Do you want humans? Do you want this whole thing to go on and on and on? For how long do you want it to go on for? All this match. The alternative is to get on with your life. And take care.
Hi there. How are you doing? How you doing? Yeah, Backseat Lifestyle.
Let me hold on. Yeah. Let me flip it. There you go.
We've got double
another
stream.
Alternative.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Greatest man
Thank you, bro.
in Hyde Park.
Thank you. Yes. It's been a fun day today.
It's been good.
Yes.
It's been good. Are you
How's
still
it been
live?
for you? Yeah, I'm still live.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Big up.
Yeah. Got Backseat Lifestyle.
So hi, Backseat Star Live.
Backseat Star Live. Sorry.
Like and subscribe.
Backseat Lifestyle would actually flow more well, I think.
That's
I don't know, like
Backseat Lifestyle.
Yeah, Backseat Lifestyle.
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I gotta go for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just Did you
Good fun.
Did you get anything out of the feminists? What was your take on that?
I mean, I filmed it, live streamed it, showed my viewers was what it was like. But there was a lot of police there, and I feel like that was probably for their protection. But there were a lot of police in case
the pro-trans.
I remember a few weeks ago. I wasn't here, but there was a clash between the two groups.
Yeah, that was 2 weeks ago.
Got really heated, but it is interesting to film and just document it impartially. So.
But you don't have any personal opinions about it? You don't want to express anything personal?
I wouldn't express anything personal on live, but I just go around and whatever I come across, I'd show my viewers,
document it,
entertain my viewers.
Good for you. You're an impartial recorder.
Yes, of course, an impartial recorder, as they say. How about you yourself?
Oh no, I'm not impartial at all. I've got lots of opinions. My opinions are mostly, yes, I agree. Women do not have penises. If you have to be told that, then you are clearly not from this planet. Yes, women don't have penises. Men don't have vaginas. Women only give birth to human beings on planet Earth. If you're a human being on planet Earth, that's how it goes down. The other thing is that I'll be honest, I kind of blame the sort of intersectional feminism for a lot of this. This was due to intersectional feminism that all of this grew out of. And the problem with the TERFs that I have is that they don't acknowledge that their feminist movement is actually partially responsible for how we find ourselves in this situation. It isn't. They are not without fault. They themselves started this. That's why people like Kelly J don't call themselves a feminist anymore, even though she clearly is a feminist.
Interesting.
So this is the problem. They don't want to take. This is typical of women. They never want to take responsibility for their own problems. As Jack Nicholson said in that movie, As Good as It Gets, when the woman asked, "How do you know women so well?" he said, "I think of a man and I take away logic, reason, and accountability."
Thank you very much for that.
Cheers.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. Anyway, so I'll catch you in a bit. I might go around and I might get a bite seat somewhere. I don't know. Pop off somewhere. Thank you.
Why? Because they wanted to. That's not a reason to do something you want to. You are human beings. Why did they want to? Why don't we call them right now? Why don't we call them right now? 1 second. Are your mum and dad available right now? One of them? Why not? Let's call them. In fact, anybody here, come on, let's call your mum and dad and find out, or if you're are you with your child at all, you sir? Why did you have him? For the fun of it. I love them. Yeah, don't give me I love them bullshit. You didn't have them because you love them. You didn't know what they were going to turn out like. Why did you have them in the first place?
Danny Shine!
Why did you have them in the first place?
Doing the docs on
you don't know, do you? You've never really thought about it, and it's fine, don't worry. Nobody does. We don't think about these things properly. And the truth of the matter is, there is no good reason to have them. And the real reason why you had them is because your DNA got the better of you. You see, if you haven't read anybody here read The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins? Great. Richard Dawkins. We? Oh, finally, now you're admitting you are my mother.
No brothers, no fucking like it. Wouldn't have beat you up, mate, if there's no cameras here.
Really?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Richard Dawkins, in The Selfish Gene, describes us humans and all forms of human life as survival machines for genes and means. Okay? They are parasites. DNA is a parasite. DNA is a parasite. And all DNA is trying to do all day long is to get you to pass on your genes and your means, which is basically your DNA, which is a load of shit, which is a parasite, and your means, which are a pile of bullshit. All the ideas that you pass on to your children will be a load of bollocks.
I don't think you're
right?
And you've lost a bit of weight since the last video.
Right? That's what we're here for. That's all. That's why this guy had children. He doesn't realise it. His DNA got the better of him. Your job, gentlemen, your job, ladies, is to be very present with the war between you and your genitals. Your genitals will run the show. Your DNA is trying to get you to reproduce, and your job, sir, is to recognise that what you have between your legs is a weapon of mass destruction.
Not in our case.
Not in your case, no, that's true.
My dad is 130. Shall I ring him?
No.
How long do you expect to be here for? The next few years?
I don't know.
10 years?
I think, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this conversation is also kind of probably completely irrelevant because artificial intelligence is moving at such a fast rate. Well, I'm a result of AI. We're already.
Are you a result of a mistake?
Well, we're all results of a mistake, right? But AI is moving so fast. In this last week, yeah, there have been two developments. Number one, you can now get your own version of ChatGPT on your phone offline. Number two, you can get a cracked version of it that allows you to ask it to do anything you like, right? So you can imagine what is going on behind the scenes now as artificial intelligence is probably planning to get rid of us all, which is no bad thing.
Hopefully they're giving me fast, mate. Fast.
Yeah, let's hope so. Am I? Do you think so? Not sure.
Wait, do you actually have a wife? You've got a wife? Do you have sex with her?
I'm really sort of not in a position to discuss my sex life without her agreeing.
You've got to take them.
What's that?
She wears the trousers. Sleep in the same bed.
So she put me out every Sunday? Yeah.
She pops you off, don't she, every week? She's fucking some other man right now. She's bent over right now.
She's more than welcome to have sex with anyone she wants to. It's absolutely fine by me. I don't care. As long as she doesn't get pregnant, I don't mind.
Your own wife is fucking someone like him. Like me.
Think so?
A 21-year-old man.
Good luck to her.
Oi. And they've got a lot more fitness in the bed.
I'm sure they do.
Let me tell you,
questions?
my wife gets abused by my mate.
All clear now.
Abused in bed.
Shut up. Be careful.
They bring out the whip sounds up, whipping her ass. Handcuffs her. I'm born again gangster. Born again gangster. Have you heard of it? Born again gangster.
I just say.
لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين. يا المنافقين صورتين بس، المنافقين والمؤمنون. قد أفلح المؤمنون الذين هم في صلاتهم خاشعون والذين هم نعم يا أخي shut the fuck up. اسكت يا منافق، اسكت يا منافق. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين. يا منافق اللحية تكنس الأرض والثوب للرحية. أستغفر الله الذمة بالله في راسك. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين. ديفل، أنت الديفل اللي تقوله الجساسة. جدك الدجال تحت رجلي، جدي قال لا يخسى تحت رجلك الساعة. وش الدجال هذا اللي تعبده؟ الدجال الغبي ذا اللي تعبده تحت جدي قال لي مو تحت رجلك الساعة تحت رجلك. يا ترجع لجدك، ترجع لجدك دي حرب مع الفرنس ضد الألمان. جدك ما حاربتك مع الفرنس ضد الألمان. وشك معوق يا واد، يا دبله يا واد. يا شت فك اب. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين. أوكي. Jesus is trash. Jesus is monkey. Only Yahusha is Savior. Yahusha!
Jesus is the son of the devil. Yahusha is everlasting life. Yahusha is everlasting life. Yahusha is everlasting life.
يحيى يا يحيى خذ الكتاب وآتنا الحكم صبية. يا يحيى خذ الكتاب يا يحيى.
فخلف من بعدهم خلفا أضاعوا الصلاة واتبعوا الشهوات فسوف يلقون غيا. الغي هذا وش اسمه وادي في جهنم يا تاركين الصلاة. إن قومي اتخذوا هذا القرآن مهجورا. يا مهجور أنت وإذنك هذه كلك بتطير يا أخوي. يا أخوي روح شوف لك بقرة الحسك. روح شوف لك بقرة الحسك يا أخوي. أقول وش بالزاف شكون يا أخي؟ وشكون والله بحق لا إله قد نعمك الزامن. وشكون يا أخي؟ See ya. Thank you. يلا يلا يلا. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين. إنما المؤمنون إخوة بس المنافقين ما إخوة المؤمنين. أشوفك يا منافق يا لحية تمسح الأرض صوب للركبة. لكاء باللكاء.
من ترك المراء والكل على حق على دم من الجنة. من ترك المراء يدور ريكوردر جو
العربيين لا لكم تعقلون. وين العقل انتم؟ وين العقل؟ اسمع القرآن خليك ورا القرآن. حافظينها بس انت حافظها ما انت مش حافظ. حافظ القرآن. تعال يلا اعطيني. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألف لام ميم ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه. يس كذب. لا تكذب يا كذاب. لا كذاب من كذاب. يس انت قلت لي حافظ. يا كذاب. اقول اقطع اقول اهدى. هي لا انزل مش عندي. لا انزل. لا ابوك يا ابو من جابك يا الكلب. لا ابوك يا ابو من جابك يا الكلب يا سرسري. تقول لي اقطع واقصى من الكلب. لا ابوك يا ابو من جابك يا الكلب. يا ورع كنزك يا ورع. انا اكلم ابوك وجدك واهلك اللي جابوك يا الورع. لا ابوك يا ابو من جابك يا الكلب. يلعن امك امامك يا ورع. يلعن جد من جابك يا الكلب. روح خلي الدجال يلعب في اهلك لعب يا ابن الكلب. روح خلي الدجال يلعب في الكلب يا خسيس. لا ابوك يا ابو من جابك. يلعن ام الورعان قول لا ابوك من جابهم. هذا الورع الثاني. شوف الورعان لا ابوهم من جابهم يا اخي. لا اله الا انت. لا اله الا انت سبحانك اني كنت من الظالمين. لا اله الا انت.
He's my best friend.
والله لا تقول الان سكت في الشوارع يا ورع. انت جيت بالاخير. انت نزكت الى وينك يا الورع. لسه تزوجت ابوك يا لا اله الا الله. ماذا عمل لك هو؟ لا سيبك منه يا اخي. ظل البزران يجي يتكلم. قلت قال لي حافظ القرآن. قلت الله الف لام ميم بينحاش. قلت يا ورع روح جيب ابوك وجيب الدجال هو اصلا ربهم. راكبهم يركب اخته هم عارفين. يس جيب امك واهلك وعلى الدجال الكلب. يس قلت تحت رجلي جدي. قال لا مو تحت رجلك. الساعة تحت رجلي. الساعة. لا اله الا انت. دجال جساسة انتي كرايست باد سبيريت اول اوف ذيم. I said them باي باي. يس لا اله الا انت. امين يا رب. والله وش اسوي الله. لا اله الا انت. When my granddaddy said to me go there, everything said me breaking fast. I'm here now. You see what happened? I know what I'm talking about. Last week when I tell him that Jesus peace upon him sent surah to the Muslim
Al-Ma'idah food, what they call the table. The other Muslim, the hypocrite, this hypocrite, there is surah, I block the Tawbah, there is no repenting, no! Tawbah, I say, I put it the Bismillah from La ilaha illallah, Surah Ant, Naml. قالت يا أيها الملأ ألقي علي كتاب كريم إنه من سليمان وإنه بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سورة التوبة ما في بسملة. شلت البسملة هذه حطيتها وأسويت لهم بلوك. ذو القرنين قال لهم يا ذو القرنين إن يأجوج ومأجوج بسطوا في الأرض فاجعل بيننا وبينهم سدا. آتوني أفرق عليه قطرة قطر in your أذن. غشاوة. You have to read Quran. You can see. Because your eyes you can see, block. If you Allah Jalla Wala take this one, you can see.
One of the men.
Why you rejecting him?
Why?
Of course.
This is crazy.
No religious state. No religious state. Is she a Jewish state or not? No religious state. So we have atheists, we have people who they set up with religion, and the state should have no religion. The state should have no religion. The state, although you are American, you're born in America. You and this guy, you are in charge of what's going on in the world with the religion. We have to educate people to stop using religion. Religion should be very personal because this guy is showing us. You're hijacking. But Moses, as the founder of Judaism, we have no evidence of his existence. We have no document. It's all rubbish. And you are done with lambs. No.
Selfish.
And don't do too much in the head.
I don't really get it either, so I can't see references.
I'm asking you what time you're going to do.
Jesus is the word, he is a messenger, and his spirit is from Allah. All of them they have taken their to show you how they follow the Quran. You show them the Quran. When you see them teach this Quran, they do this thing. You tell them that's terror. You show you that it's terror.
Right, yeah, I mean that's how they justified it, right? I even know a couple of them who were conscripts at the time, before they ended national conscription in the 60s or in the 70s here in Britain. I said that if you were a conscript in England, if you chose not to go, you wouldn't go to prison for that long. It wasn't like a dramatic effect on your life, you'd be fine. This idea that, oh, it wasn't my responsibility. This is what the baby killers are saying in Vietnam. These American soldiers shooting up Vietnamese children. So, well, I was just following orders. We had our own little episode like this in Malaya, if you're interested. It was called the Batang Kali incident, where it was a regiment of British soldiers shooting up a village of people for being suspected of supporting the guerrilla fighters. That part of Malaya. British men went in and shot up these people who were absolutely innocent civilians. A massacre. Batang Kali massacre. Again, completely forgotten. This was in the 1950s. Excuse me if I don't have the exact date to give you for that particular event. You can look up Batang Kali. Young British people are very well aware of what the Americans did in Vietnam, the crimes they did, shooting up villages there, massacring civilians. They were very aware of that, but our own crimes, no. And it's among the left that there's this problem as well. When I was at university, before I dropped out, for related reasons, there was the Palestinian solidarity, right? There was a society of young students concerned about the slow genocide of the Palestinians. It's a very real issue. Much worse than the apartheid my parents suffered in South Africa, right? Terrible, terrible system the Israelis have created. But what they were sitting around talking about was the crimes of another country, Israel. You hardly saw them bringing it back to what their own country had done, what Britain had done. And our role in the creation of that state. We had a very important role in the creation of the state of Israel. There's no discussion of the British role in it. It's always what they did. It's always other countries to point to, right? I mean, that's not a responsible way to practice politics. Always be focused on the crimes of other countries. So to say, look, what they're doing is bad. They're different to us. They are committed to we're the good guys, right? We're always the good guys. I mean, when you actually examine the record, it's far more like, what is it, black and grey than black and white. Very grey. I mean, like I mentioned the Malaya War, right? Thousands of people died. Britain was dropping bombs on all kinds of villages. Britain rounded up Malayan people and put them into basically a sort of proto-concentration camp. Not quite getting there, but almost there. Set curfews on them so they couldn't leave. Set barbed wire all around their villages. Rationed their rice. They were called model villages, right? How many of us are aware of that history? I had to dig it up by doing a lot of research to find out what was Britain's role in Southeast Asia after World War II. How did we pull out in that part of the world as our empire was declining? So yes, going back to Clement Attlee, he's raised up as this hero among the British left, creator of the welfare state, oversaw decolonization in India, right? What about the NHS? I'm not saying those are not achieved. Those are great. Fine, these are all great. But what did Clement Attlee do in Malaya? Let's look at his foreign policy. On foreign policy, the Labour Party and the Tories are almost identical. Almost identical. The only issue they seriously disagreed on was on Brexit. That was the only foreign policy issue in the last 3 decades that those two parties have disagreed on. They both agree on nuclear weapons. They both agreed on the Iraq War. That was a good idea. We just had the commemoration of the anniversary of the invasion of Iraq. Similar time that they're commemorating the anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine, right? And again, all the media focuses on Ukraine and what the Russians have done to Ukraine, which, yes, is a tragedy. No one's denying what the Russians have done. Horrendous, criminal, illegal. But how many of those same journalists who are calling for Vladimir Putin to get locked up, I hope my Ukrainian friend over here will listen to me when I talk about this, how many of those same people are calling for George Bush and Tony Blair to be locked up? Or at least to be arrested and put on trial? What Tony Blair and George Bush launched in Iraq was a legal war of aggression. They say hundreds of thousands of people dead. No, it was more like 1.5 million people dead as a result of that war. The rise of ISIS saw that as a major factor. The invasion of Iraq was a major reason why young Muslim men in that part of the world joined ISIS. Because they were angry at what the West had done to their country. Quite understandably. I'm not justifying ISIS blowing anything up. I'm just saying it makes sense. If you get invaded, or your homeland gets invaded, and you live in a culture that's quite militarized already, militaristic, quite warlike, you're not going to respond peacefully. The way many Tibetan monks responded to Chinese persecution. Sorry, Islamists are different. They don't just forgive and forget. They will respond with vengeance, right? It's called blowback. So yeah, the anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine. It's terrible what happened in Ukraine, but why do we not apply the same standards to our own leaders? Why is it we always pointing the finger at what happened in Ukraine, saying Putin should stand trial, and no one's talking about what George Bush did, Tony Blair did, all those years ago. 20 years have gone past, and Tony Blair is wheeled out time and time again as a sort of elder statesman, having given his opinion. Of course he is. After the invasion of Ukraine, Tony Blair was called out to give his opinion on the BBC, Daily Mail, the rest. They wanted to know what he thought about it. He's not. How often do you hear a journalist actually call to account what Alistair Campbell, Tony Blair and his lot did in invading Iraq? I don't hear a single journalist calling into account. Even, by the way, this is not just in the right-wing Rupert Murdoch-controlled media. This goes for the BBC, the Guardian and the Independent as well. They're just as bad. In fact, the BBC was found to be one of the biggest supporters of the Iraq War. There was a University of Cardiff study done a few years ago that found out of all major broadcasters in this country, BBC, ITV, Channel 4, BBC was the most supportive of the Iraq War. You got to remember, the BBC is to Britain what Russia today is to Russia. It's a state-supported media. Right? The BBC is the license fee is set by the government, and the Director General is appointed by the government. So whose interests do you think they're going to reflect? They're going to reflect the interests of whoever's in power, the government. This is why the BBC don't do serious analysis of our role in foreign affairs. They don't give us that same, like, think about it like this. At Speaker's Corner, I focus on foreign policy because that's something that you don't hear about that much in the media, not serious analysis given that. It's harder for the BBC and the Guardian and the Daily Mail to lie about domestic issues, right? Because, let's say, for example, there's funding cuts to schools start to do badly, school system's falling apart, the NHS, they're not paying doctors properly. It's hard to lie about that because many of us are doctors, many of us have seen doctors, and we go and use these services. It's hard for the media to be so duplicitous about that issue, whether it's schools, education, hospitals, whatever. That's why I don't really talk about these issues, although they're important. Talk about foreign policy, there's a lot more lying. There's a lot more disingenuous portrayal of events. All right? That's deliberate. Yeah, 100%. I'll give an example of Jeremy Corbyn and Boris Johnson, the way they compare them. By the way, Jeremy Corbyn threat to the establishment.
You got us out of NATO, which would be a good thing.
Jeremy Corbyn's threat to the establishment, wanted to change Britain's foreign policy, make us a more peaceful country, less beholden to our US overlords.
Yes, yes.
Boris Johnson, on the other hand, far more in favour of the status quo. Yes. Look at how they analyse both those leaders. Jeremy Corbyn, for criticising the Israeli genocide of Palestinians, gets called an anti-Semite. Yeah. Right? And all his critics saying that he's anti-Semitic get wheeled out time and time again to give their opinion. Boris Johnson, who's a vocal supporter of Britain's alliance with Saudi Arabia, gets no such treatment. Yeah, Saudi Arabia is probably the most anti-Semitic country on the planet.
Saudi Arabia.
No, it's not, I'm not talking about women, I'm talking about Jews here for a second. Yeah. Saudi Arabia only allowed Jews into the country on special visas, I think less than 5 years ago.
And they banned the Bible.
But when Saudi Arabia, again, their attitude towards Jews, absolutely anti-Semitic, right? They didn't allow Israelis into the country until recently. And yet when Boris Johnson says, yes, it's great, we've deepened our ties with Saudi Arabia, no problem at all. No one holds him to account. I find the hypocrisy astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. And they say Jeremy Corbyn, well, he was some sort of friend of Hezbollah, right? Well, Saudi Arabia, thank you very much for your question, my friend. I'll see you next Sunday.
Hezbollah are fighting the racist state of Israel.
Well, I'm not saying Hezbollah is great. What I'm saying is Saudi Arabia has been proven to be a major funder of Sunni terrorist organizations.
Yes.
Hillary, you remember that leaked email from Hillary Clinton when she was...
Which one? She erased about
we've seen it. WikiLeaks leaked it. Hillary Clinton made it very clear. She said, I'm aware that it's not just private citizens of Saudi Arabia funding ISIS. It's actually the state of Saudi Arabia. It's government money going towards ISIS. They were well aware of this. We're well aware of this in the West. And yet we've chosen to cement our relationship with Saudi Arabia at all costs.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And yet the Quran says there should be no
It's not just capitalism.
Why aren't Muslims against Saudi? I've said this for years. Why aren't Muslims against Saudi?
It's not just about capitalism. There are many ways to practice capitalism. You don't have to ally with radical Islamic regimes like Saudi Arabia in order to make business. No, you don't have to do that. Sorry?
We prioritize business.
But it's good. Sorry, I'm just trying to answer. Just say it again.
Prioritize, business interests rather than moral issues.
But look, let's take a country like Switzerland or Austria, right? They don't make a huge amount of money the way we do in the United States selling weapons. I'm sure they sell some weapons. Austria and Switzerland compared to Britain.
Highest standard of living
arms dealer
in Europe, along with Norway.
These countries,
not in the EU.
Norway, these countries
along with
don't.
Norway.
You don't have to be like that. We don't have to be a warlike country. I think it's been every single year for the last 100 years, the UK has been involved in some kind of foreign conflict, fighting on one side or another. It's remarkable how militaristic we are as a country.
Only the establishment is to speak.
I'm not saying all that, by the way, I'm not saying all those conflicts are bad to get involved in. I think Britain's involvement in Sierra Leone in 1999 was fine. I've got no issue with that. They sent the SAS over there to stop the rebels marching.
With a minority language. But you said that before. You said it multiple times. Just 1 second, bro.
Why
1 second.
not go to China or whatever?
Yes, you have a good question. We're going to answer your question. Okay. But before you came, there was an ongoing conversation. This gentleman is from Iran. He was born in a Muslim country. Yeah. Just 1 second. Before you came, right? Yeah. Your question is very good, but it's not in line to the conversation we are having. So we're going to answer your question, and all these people here willing to have an input into answering your question.
Sure. Okay.
That's not the issue. However, this gentleman here does not believe in a hereafter. He don't believe in a God.
No.
I asked him about what is his view on Prophet Muhammad, and he shared his views. So we are challenging that. He doesn't believe that Prophet Muhammad could not read and write. He doesn't believe that. So it doesn't matter to you. But in relation to the beginning of this conversation, it's very relevant. Right. So you cannot say it's irrelevant to you because you have a different question. You have a completely different question. And your question is not unique. Your question is documented in the Quran. But we're going to come to that. We don't want you to have a loud voice and we disrupt this flow of this conversation. Right. 1 second.
Carry on.
Yeah, 1 second. So now, you would come to agree now that many societies establish their civilization, their continuation by oral transmission. So Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, not being able to read and write is not unusual coming from that part of the world. I agree. Right. You agree? Fine. We're making a little progress. We are making.
But there's still no evidence that he didn't.
All right. We're going to find that another time. Listen. So let's say you're humoring me. Prophet Muhammad could not read.
Argument, I will say.
Right.
You say he couldn't read and write. Right. And I'm going to progress the conversation based on.
Yeah, that's fine. Right. So a child who could not read and write, grow up 40 at the age of 40. Claim that he received revelation from Angel Jibril and from God. And after revelation, as we said, whenever revelation hits, what happens? A manifestation comes. An action comes. Activities come. There's political issues that have, social issues. The whole society becomes upside down. Right. So my question to you now, Prophet Muhammad could not read. And he ended up bringing a Quran. You are from Iran. You understand Quran uniquely because a lot of the Quranic masters of Quran came from your region, from Baghdad and from Iraq. Great masters of Quran. So you know very well to produce a Quran, it's humanly impossible for anybody to produce a Quran who is illiterate. Better works than the Quran. Who is illiterate. Now, you know what makes the Quran impossible?
If you go and look at the poets, the Persian poets, you find their books. Have you read anything from Hafiz? I've never even heard. Exactly. You can imagine going and reading baseless. You find it baseless. It's not an argument because I've read books that are better than
what we're trying to do is establish Prophet my friend, my brother, we're trying to establish that Prophet Muhammad, he was the messenger of God. And if you are saying he's not the messenger of God, look at the works and actions and the impact he has in the world and his society. No human being could do that if he's not a prophet or he's not a genius. So
a lot of people have had huge impacts.
Just 1 minute. No.
Look at Jesus Christ. Genghis Khan.
No, this is a fake Banksy, not a real Banksy. But this is what I'm trying to say.
Listen to this. So in terms of Prophet Muhammad being a prophet of God, I'm establishing to you and arguing with you that he was the messenger of God, and looking at his messengership as his authority, as a man who received revelation. At 40, he could not read. He received revelation, and if you look at what happened to his life after revelation, he changed the entire Saudi Arabia. He changed the entire Mesopotamia, all those holy lands, going back from Syria, all of them.
He didn't change any of that. He died way before that changed.
All right. So you're right. He didn't change it. So if a king built a city, he didn't build the city.
No, but the fact is,
yeah, but we said
the king made those impacts against the caliphate. If it wasn't for the caliphate,
who did they follow?
But it's the same as saying, before Alexander, hardly anything happened. The Persians.
Or before United States, none of us spoke English.
Exactly.
Or none of us drank Coca-Cola.
Okay. If it wasn't for the British Empire,
USA.
we wouldn't be here speaking
USA.
But the question is,
but that is true, though.
I don't consider.
But that is true,
but I
though.
don't consider
No, you
Queen
just
Victoria,
gave an argument we agree with.
But I don't consider Queen Victoria to be a prophet of God.
All right,
No,
but listen, you see this brother here? All right, let me show you something.
person.
Let me prove your point. I've never met this guy here, right? He is my brother. My food is his food. I will die for him. Yeah, supporting him. He is my brother. We would love each other. I've never met him. Why is that? Because of the teaching of Prophet Muhammad.
Exactly.
So if you're saying he has no impact, then you're wrong.
No.
It's power. He changed the entire world. I've never met this brother before.
But you're crediting Muhammad for something that happened long after Muhammad.
Christian 2 billion.
But then
you know what? Listen, my name is Muhammad.
I believe he was
my name is Muhammad.
Prophet Muhammad was
My name was always Muhammad.
They were not
I chose that name Muhammad because of him.
They were not his
I'm converted. But the question is, you can't say he didn't change
None at all.
No, but
if I'm going to break my fast now,
Muhammad didn't change anything.
Listen, if I'm going to break my fast now, I'm going to
actually a pedophile though. He was actually married to one girl.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. Yeah, we're
like a story. If I change my name to Peter,
you don't have to be obnoxious.
Spider-Man doesn't do anything to me. I just decided to change my name to Peter.
You intend to be found. You're intending to be found.
Because the comic book inspired.
But there you go. But what I'm trying to say, we're having a conversation.
He was married to 9.
It's a story.
That is the context for it. There's no context there because we're having a conversation. And I'm trying to establish that Prophet Muhammad was the messenger of God and his impact upon the world.
Why would he be a messenger of God?
You have to agree with ours because it's our story.
But what I mean is, my counter argument is that just because I read a book and a story, and that story inspired me to do something, that doesn't actually give the credit to the person who wrote the story. It gives the credit to me because I actioned those things. Actions make things change in the world, not stories.
No, but if you understand Islam,
we are civilized Islam. We're going to have a conversation. That's but the question is, what happened? Those type of statements is designed to provoke. Those type of statements is designed to provoke a certain action.
No, he told
No, you shouldn't do that, bro. You're a beautiful young man. You're a beautiful young man. You're a beautiful young man. I've never met you, but you're something nice I see.
It's a clear-cut direction telling us to believe
it's just
that you obey God and you obey the Prophet.
It's not a context. It's not out of context. Out of context. There's no context here. That statement is designed to provoke
very questionable things with the Prophet.
No, but it's
tell me about it.
No, but it's exactly what you're saying.
It's the question. It's not even in context of the conversation.
We're saying we are not Muslim because of the Prophet. But literally every action that we do is because the Prophet said it.
But I'll be honest, most Muslims don't follow Islam. That's why they're not.
But but this is where you flop because.
But you've agreed. You've agreed that an unlettered man, Muhammad.
Well, I don't agree to the unlettered.
No, let me
I just agreed for the sake of the argument.
Okay.
I still don't actually believe.
But you also agreed. You also agreed that many societies before and up to today operate with very little documentation, and their existence is based on oral transmission.
Getting past that, because
you agree on that?
But on principle,
you've agreed on that.
I agree. For the sake of the debate, it's called common ground.
I've gone past that. I'm asking you a different question.
Yeah. But yeah, of course,
Let's
I agree
assume
that there are illiterate people and they can still survive in society. And
no. I'm talking about societies
can be
that
illiterate.
existed for a very long time with their medicines, their agriculture, their architecture, everything.
But there's never been
just
a sophisticated society.
Just a question. They existed. Yeah, they exist, and they exist based on oral transmission. That's what I'm trying to say. And you agreed that that's a fact.
Did. I don't think which society
agreed on that. No,
right now. There's a
so it means to say, if Muhammad peace be upon him could not read and write, it is not uncommon for a man in that region to be unlettered. But in order to discredit Muhammad, you all have to just object to things that are outside of the norm. A lot of people, not you, you from Iran, you're a brother. A lot of people try to be nasty against Prophet Muhammad and try to discredit his prophethood by claiming he was lettered. And the question is, at that time, 1400 years ago, it is not uncommon for a man to be unlettered operating in a society like that. The society was existent with oral transmission in their architecture, their medicine. The whole society was based on oral tradition.
I agree, but what
and it was preserved. So it's not uncommon.
Stating that a society was illiterate doesn't prove that Muhammad was illiterate.
No, we're just trying to recap we're trying to recap because the conversation went all over the place.
I know.
Right. So
but
I'm
I
trying.
agree
Right.
with you that let's start from that point. Let's say Muhammad was illiterate. He brought forth a revelation which changed Arabic society and in fact the extended societies through the caliphate. But are you saying that because of the Islamic Empire, that the Quran and Muhammad's prophecy is true?
No, what I'm saying is this: if a person chooses to say Prophet Muhammad was not a prophet, okay, I could respect your position. Then you only have one choice. That is according to your logic. As a logical, intelligent man, you only have one choice: that Muhammad, peace be upon him, was some exceptional genius. From a man of his background, just a minute now, man, 1 second. A man of his background, to make that impact within 23 years, master the entire Arabian Peninsula, and his influence overspill into the global world. You know where I'm from?
I say the Caribbean.
Yeah, I'm from the Caribbean. Right. His influence way down in the Caribbean, where people now, children, young people, women from various backgrounds want to be like him because he's a model of success. Now, the question is, you have only two choices. My argument to you is two choices. You can say he's a prophet who you don't agree with, you don't respect, you don't follow, that's fine. Or he's not a prophet, he is some exceptional genius. Now, if you take the third option, like my man here, you're going to be under a lot of fire.
Okay.
Ideological fire.
I'll give you my retort. First of all, that's a false choice. It's not a two-option situation. He could still be a reasonably influential person of his time, but in fact, people after him exploded his ideas beyond even his own capabilities. So he doesn't have to be a prophet, but others came. Greater men came and stood on his shoulders and took the next step and went even beyond that. So his influence around the world, Jesus has influence around the world. Cyrus has influences around the world.
The only influence.
Buddha has influence all around the world.
I agree with all that.
That doesn't.
But they can't all be right.
Exactly.
Right.
So first of all, him being exceptional, he may have been an exceptional person for his time, but that doesn't mean he was a prophet or he was beyond exceptional, beyond any man of any time. He could have just simply been an exceptional individual of his time, which then later people took and made it even bigger than he is now.
No, let me correct.
Let
me correct a statement in that. If people come after Muhammad, they took, as you said, they took. They didn't take what they did. They emulated him, and when they emulated him, because if you look at some people, right, who followed the Prophet Muhammad and became great. Before Islam, there wasn't much. When they accepted Islam, they followed Muhammad, they followed the Quran, they became exceptional leadership. The leadership grew. Now, my point to you is this. If Muhammad is not an exceptional leader, he only came 1440 something years ago, recently. But look at the global impact. Go throughout England and see all the different messages, how they revere him. Now, I'm not saying that's not done by other people. Maybe Jesus, people respect Jesus equally. Yes, right. Buddha is not in that class. I'm sorry.
George?
Whatever. He's not in that class.
No, Buddha's influence has been reduced because Buddhism came about.
I tell you, he's a beautiful young man. He's a great young. Yes, he's a lovely young man. No, but the question is. So the question is. Yes.
I don't necessarily agree, but I think.
No, but the question is.
I agree with you.
Exceptional impact. If we was to measure the impact of Prophet Muhammad throughout the globe, if you was to measure, you will only come to one or two conclusions. I know you wanted to choose the third one. Number one, he has to be a prophet, get help from God to have that impact, or he's an exceptional genius.
No, but
that's
again,
the only
that's
choice you have. That's the only choice you have. Measure the impact. Measure the impact. Let's, for argument's sake, forget Jesus for 1 second. I'm not saying forget it in a negative way.
Well, I know
put Jesus aside for 1 second. Measure the impact that Prophet Muhammad has on the globe.
Yeah, but the thing
what
is,
about nature?
I know you want to forget Jesus, but I'll give you
That's why I'm sweating at him, bro.
I just don't like to play. You get more bad than good. Because
It's like a weekly thing.
Going to end the live stream now. Thank you for tuning in. I might come back very shortly, just for another quick live, but I'm just going to take a slight break as I've been streaming non-stop for over 4 hours now. But it's been a great day. We covered the Let Women Speak rally, and we also covered a few of the debates, usual ones at Speaker's Corner that happen every Sunday around 1 p.m. onwards. So it's good fun. Once again, thank you for tuning in, and thank you to all the mods keeping the chat clean. Huge credit to you all. Thanks to all those who subscribe to the channel, and welcome if you're new. Once again, thank you for tuning in, and also if you have TikTok, do go and check out the TikTok channel, as I'll be uploading at least 5 times a day on there solidly, and also on YouTube Shorts if you haven't followed already. Once again, thank you very much, and see you on the next live if I do come back shortly. If not, I'll see if anything's going on this week, but definite lives, and I'll get a lot of TikTok footage and YouTube Shorts footage throughout the week. So do stay tuned and hit the bell icon so you get notified whenever we upload a new video on this channel. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you all shortly if I go live again, or if not, the next couple of days on the next live stream. Thank you very much.